And
Hello.
yoga.
Nick, you look different.
Yeah, yeah, it's a little bit different, but I'll be back to my normal self in just a second. Just fixing some technical difficulties.
Where'd Jill sneak off to?
Well, she just happens to be right here.
Hi.
Here she is.
Joe,
Hi.
I was
Where
just
are you?
waiting until she came back on the camera before I brought her on.
I'm here.
How you doing, Jill?
Good. I'm trying to learn how to do this, so bear with me. Sorry.
It's not so bad. Sometimes it just takes a couple minutes, but it's very easy to figure out.
Yeah. I was kind of hoping it would be fairly easy to do. So when you said it's just the link, type your name. It seemed simple enough for me to do.
Yeah.
But I kept my niece handy in case I had any technical problems. I'm like, you're going to be my IT person in case I need the IT support. This is technically her laptop, so.
Okay.
I mean, do you think Jeremy could do it if it wasn't easy?
Yeah, right? No comment.
Born a hole right into
Oh,
you.
I got
right
plenty of
now.
comments.
Okay, I'm not sure what's going on, but as soon as I go live, all of a sudden the show is kicked off of the Universal page. I don't know what's going on there.
Well, I saw
don't know.
that it's back on, I think. I saw that it said something and then it came back.
Well, on my end, let's see. Yeah, I'm trying to go live on it, but it's not letting me, so I have to remove it.
Brad, the headache is the only thing I don't have. I can't wear makeup, so y'all didn't send me on rare form with swollen eyes and no
Oh, there
makeup.
we go.
We got them.
Now it looks like it's on the Universal page.
Sorry, I look like a ghost. We have to get the camera fixed, so I'm Casper today.
I told you, you're just Nick.
I don't need a background OBS thing.
What in the world?
Camera's paranormal.
Oh man, I don't know what's going on right now. I'm having a serious issue with my camera right now. And yes, I'm HAL 9000.
HAL 9000.
Oh,
HAL 9000. Every single time you're like that. Who's seen Wall-E? I think of that robot too.
Gosh, that aged you right there.
You know what? I love that movie. I haven't seen it in a long time.
Geez.
I don't want to see myself twice, Nick. I
did not mean to do that.
So what are we drinking? Is that coffee today or Coke?
Oh God.
I was say I can't drink right now. So
is that Coke?
Yep.
Diet Coke?
It's either that or wine.
Nice.
Now it's making sense. It said that Nick just went live on the Universal page.
On mine? Wait, what?
Yeah, well, when I took it off and then re-added it, somehow it re-added it under your name.
That's weird.
Showing as it's weird. But then again, Facebook has been these last few days.
Oh yeah. Yep. I see it right now. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
That is
and
weird.
we now have our first banner of the evening.
Yes. Because of I was gonna share the Facebook username.
Hi, user.
So whoever says what's up.
Put your name in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No Brad cockroaches did not break the camera.
Yes, they did, Brad.
No, it
didn't. It broke his chair, so he fell again. He just doesn't want us to know.
Yeah, he fell into his chair again.
No, I not this time. Only, like I said, the camera fell upwards at one point. I don't know if you want to consider that an issue with a chair.
We won't have chair issues today, right?
Yeah.
Well, mine here is pretty solid, so I'm good.
Yeah. I'm not on wheels, so I'm good.
Yeah, I was in a chair trying to put some stuff. I'm in the process, Jill, of kind of renovating, moving, whatever. So I was putting some stuff on the top of the closet. If the chair didn't give away from underneath me, I was like, luckily there was a lot of clothes in the closet that caught me.
I just did that a week ago and I fell right off the chair instead of using a ladder, of course. And it tipped over and I fell boom right on the ground. I feel like I have a big bruise on my thigh. So
Ouch.
yeah. And I'm like, okay, FYI, don't use a chair for a ladder.
Thankfully it was literally full of clothes. So when I fell, the clothes all caught me.
Oh, good. I fell straight to the floor. So
I am doing my usual share until Facebook stops me, like it always does.
That's for you, Brad.
All right, I think I might have gotten it. Let's see.
I can only share on Facebook because I'm not on any other platforms. So
That's what I do all the time. I just use Facebook.
Is there? I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Nope.
This is too much nowadays. Social media is just too much sometimes.
There's too many of them.
Yeah. Well, because, for example, tonight we are on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch.
And he's supposed to put them all on here, so y'all just hold off on any comments.
I think I might have got. I think I got the camera.
Oh, it's Adam.
What the hell?
Nick, it's Adam.
Oh, Adam.
Yeah.
Hey, good to see you, brother. Haven't seen you in a while.
I know.
Oh, Brad, the other night I was using that REM pod I was telling you about, and it just what the heck, Nick?
I had to restart with OBS.
Oh.
But all of a sudden it just started working.
There we go.
Yeah. All of a sudden, Nick, you were hiding behind the Things Network banner.
Yeah. You're floating with the sign.
I'm gonna have to go back and look at that.
Man, you don't even look right now. We can actually see you.
No, I need your backgrounds for tonight.
Oh, don't worry, I'm already setting that up. So give me 1 second here.
No, there's got something going on because you can see the squigglies of the green screen effect on his.
Yeah, you're twinkling.
Actually, I'm using the blue side this time, so it's the blue screen effect.
Brad, Nick couldn't be slick enough to steal my drink.
It looks like you're wearing a tiara.
Wouldn't be a show I didn't read between the lines of Eileen Jones.
You missed it. He had to get the read between the lines already.
Nick, you didn't hear what I said, did you?
Wait, no, you kind of cracked up. What were you saying?
I said it makes it look like you're wearing a tiara.
What the hell is a tiara?
You don't know? That? It's like a crown.
A little crown.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like what the homecoming queen gets.
I have two. I can.
Oh my
God.
Yay! All right, now let's see what I can add. What we got?
No, Brad, what I was telling you is that REM pod I was telling you wasn't working right. I took it on a location and it actually worked perfectly fine. After it didn't all day long at my house for like a week, and then once it was on location, it worked perfect. We had after communication after the 5-hour podcast.
Oh my God,
Oh, yeah,
Eileen, apparently you didn't watch the next day's show.
Oh.
Did you hear how long we went with 13?
We were on for 6 hours and 16 minutes.
I mean, why do y'all want to hear us talk this much?
I tried to stop the show 2 hours prior. I tried.
We just kept going, and it was like we started at 7 p.m. Central Time, and we went all the way until 1 o'clock in the morning.
No, I
Mm-hmm.
was investigating. I was trying to drive home at that time because I left.
Goodness.
I
All right,
went
we'll
to
use
work
this
that
one.
morning, left work, and went to an investigation.
Where did you get to investigate, Eileen?
It's a private business. We've been there before. And I don't know if you know Beth Allen, but she's in Atlanta, but she's on almost every investigation I do. And so she does remote viewing with me there or anywhere I go. And it was me and Lindy from TPPS. And we had some pretty active stuff. And so we ended up having to call it a night. It was getting too weird. Even for me, I don't consider myself with abilities. Now, if you listen to Beth or Chrissy, I do, but I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was sitting there and I was like, why do I get the feeling that I need to ask you, were you a bus driver? Come to find out later, there was a kid. I just kept seeing a bus.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a kid killed not far down from there that he was killed by a school bus. I was like, okay.
Sometimes that's how you pick it up. You get like an image in your head, like a picture. Like you'll see, like one time I just saw like a lake and I didn't understand what that meant. So I told my friend,
Oh.
I had to stop her from discussing or saying something. I said, I'm sorry, I have to tell you what I'm seeing right now, but it's a lake and it feels like it's danger. Like maybe don't go there. Like, I don't know what that means. And she goes, oh, okay. And that weekend later, she tells me, yeah, I didn't end up going on that trip to the lake. And then she was home to be home with the family because her grandmother had just passed that weekend.
Oh, no.
So she was like, thanks for telling me that. Like, she didn't tell me prior. I didn't know till after she got back. So for me, it never makes sense for me. It's just the image that I'm picking up for that person. So sometimes you just get a visual.
Yeah, it was weird because we're in the middle of nowhere on a highway at a deer processing place, not somewhere that you would think bus. I mean,
Yeah.
hey Troy, go away, Brad.
Not psychic, just psycho.
I like
what?
that movie.
That's a good. I love that movie too. Hey, Jeremy,
Brad's never seen it.
What?
What? Hey, wait. What did you just say?
I said Brad's probably never seen it. No one on his what he hasn't seen.
Hey, Jeremy, I just gotta. Oh, yes, you're right. He's never seen it. I
call
knew
BS on it. I'm sorry. I call BS.
Break my heart.
What's wrong with you?
The Jaws thing broke my heart when you said you hadn't
I
seen it.
still call BS. I think he's just full of it.
Hey, Jeremy, I just got to put this out for what Brad also said about, when we had our show that went on for 6 hours, he said, well, we had Greg on. That explains it.
Well, he's not exactly wrong.
That's true. I swear to God.
But then again, just like Greg, I don't know how to shut up. You don't know how to shut up. None of us know how to shut up. Right?
And you want Ernie and Todd on, that's a 3-day marathon.
No. No.
Well, it gets hard enough to spend 24 hours with any of those goofballs.
Okay, sorry about that. My niece went upstairs now because she's done being my IT tech support. She's like, I'm going to go upstairs now. I'm going to go lay down. She's sipping her tea because we're having tea together when this started. So I was like, no, that's fine. Just come back down anytime, just.
She can get on and say, hey.
She already went up.
I was going to say, I thought she was going to come up and.
Yeah, she was, but she's like, just tell everyone I said hi. And she just skittles away.
We already getting questions for you,
Yep.
Jill. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, I'm not part of a paranormal team per se. I've just had a lot of paranormal experiences since birth, I guess. I don't know, since your first memories that you could think of. And I would just always see things that no one else sees in the room. And no one really knew what to make of that. So they probably just thought, children, 3, 5 years old. It's, you're just making things up, it's not believable, but it's just things that I've always experienced my entire life until I got older. So the older I got, the more I basically kept it to myself and just kind of learned along, and just if I was getting a message to tell someone something, to do it now, like just I didn't even understand it myself, but I just thought, well, if it makes sense to you, it's supposed to help you, then this is what I'm just supposed to do. So there's not like a guidebook for this or anything. And even with the family, it's not something we talk about really, but I think we all have experiences, but it wasn't very common to talk about until, I guess, recently. It's more publicly known that this is a thing, and there's paranormal teams now. And so I think if I can find the right fit for me, like team wise in the area, I'll probably do that. But my dad just suggested that I just buy all my own tools, which I'll probably get from Brad.
And do it gradually. Don't
yeah,
with everything. Do it gradually.
Yeah,
Brad. Not trying to make you a millionaire here.
But I'd like to form a team and see where that goes, and just to mainly help, like what Jeremy said about just trying to help private residences if possible. Locations, it's like no matter where I go, it doesn't matter where I go. It doesn't have to be just a cemetery. It's like any house, any building, places I've worked at. They're just there. So I just have to.
I will put one recommendation. Y'all call me out if y'all think differently. Before you deal with private residencies, do other things. Do other investigations with other people, because sometimes people jump into private residencies and you can actually make the situation worse if you don't know what you're doing, because people actually live there.
Yes. That's why I've always said go and get some experience and then start working on residences.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I did it myself. I mean, at the young age I'm still at, obviously, I literally climbed through the ranks to get to that, private residence level. I had to go to public locations, cemeteries, that kind of stuff. So I absolutely agree.
Yeah. Cemeteries are always difficult for me because of the energy. Like I can only spend so much time there, maybe within 15, 20, 30 minutes, it's overwhelming. So I have to kind of just be careful with so much energy around. Like it feels like they're all coming towards you and just saying, oh, hear me, listen, like I have something to tell you, and it just becomes really overwhelming. You get a really bad headache. And then once I'm away about, I don't know, a few miles, then it just disappears, because they're no longer, I guess, close enough to feel.
Well, and one thing you can do, and you can be an honorary back road, but one thing you can do is like I don't know about with Jeremy how they do it, but like I don't ever have a problem. Now Beth is my go-to person. I will always have my Bethy. But if I'm on an investigation, I don't mind trying to call you and letting you try to do remote viewing or something. I mean, no one's ever going to be 100% accurate. If they are, they better be a millionaire.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I don't ever have a problem doing that. Find people that do investigations and have them call and see if you can pick up things from, from through the phone or whatever.
Yeah, I think that's what I mainly do is it usually is like a friend or someone, an acquaintance, someone that knows that I could help in that area with remote. Like I'm just at home and they can message me, tell me about it, send me a picture, just anything I could connect to the situation to. It could be a person, a place. I feel like I'm more in tune with that. I don't actually have to be at the place to do it. So yeah, it's interesting what sometimes you could pick up on just putting all your focus into it. And I think it's something that some of us, it might be just easier to do, but I think all of us have some kind of capability when it comes to those things. And we just need to tap into that in the realms of our brain, or, whatever's in there that makes it become. I think we all have it in us. So even when you're just having that feeling that they say it's your intuitive feeling or your gut feeling and just go with it, I think we all have that. We just need to listen to it better and try to understand it better, and then you'll have more control over it, I guess.
I've been trying to understand mine a little better because every now and then I get this gut feeling about this or that, and the most recent one was the tree that I talked about at Wilson Castle, which I
Yeah,
I don't know if you had a chance to look at that
I
picture.
did. Yeah, I did, and I actually the first time I saw it, I was testing my son. Just I know he has some of my abilities, if not more, since he was born. He would point out basically at ghosts. He would literally like he couldn't even speak, and he'd say ghost. And so I can't dispute that since that's what I grew up doing. It's just I didn't find it bogus. I just thought, I'm listening, I'm here. And so I asked him like, what's your first uh, thoughts when you look at this picture? And just tell me like whatever image you get in your mind, like just a picture, an image. And he had seen and connected the same things I did, except with more detail. And I think it's the age. Like when I was 15, I feel like it's more pronounced as a kid. Like you can see as if they're human, like they're alive walking in the room. And as you get older, I'd say when I reach 30 or up, it starts that part starts to fade away, and it's more like a feeling, a sense, or they're in your mind rather than standing in the room. So I think as a child, there must be something, they have a different way of sensing or perceiving, to where it's just so easy for them to see it. And so I just thought it was cool that we were picking up on the same things without me even telling him what I thought. So I can tell that with you later, private message you later on that.
Well, actually, intuition's kind of what got Jeremy and I to be friends because, I mean, I was sitting there and I didn't even know him, and he was just, I couldn't get, and not in a bad way, but I couldn't get him off my mind because I just felt like something was going on with him.
Unfortunately, I have that effect on people.
Yeah. And I kind of burned my eyeball, brain thinking about him, but no. Trying to set myself on fire because I didn't want to think about him. But no, and I just, not even knowing him, I messaged him. I think it was something like, "Hey, can you talk? I for some reason I can't get you off my, out of my head." And we ended up talking, and
It had to do with a post that I made. I don't even remember what post it was.
Yes, Cheyenne.
But it was something that you were able to resonate very
Mhm.
closely to.
but it was like it pulled me. I mean, you see stuff all the time, but something just unfortunately pulled me to it.
I think we do that with each other because I was just talking to my mom about this. Our souls recognize soul. And even if you never met in person, you can kind of connect in that way, and maybe even kind of like a phone call, but just you get the feeling, the sense of the person coming through in your mind. And a lot of people will even say that in general, like, "Oh, I was just thinking about you today, and you called out of the blue," and it feels random, but I don't think those are coincidences. I think we really are capable of connecting with one another through our thoughts, however you want to look at that.
Oh, you should have seen it the first time Eileen and I met in person. We were online and on the phone for about a month.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't long.
Yeah. But before we met at the temple.
Mm-hmm.
And then when we first met in person, we were on opposite sides of this big ass room, and we just ran to each other.
But Jeremy, you got to admit though, we still had a hell of a lot of fun when we were on our way to Salina, Kansas with Eileen.
We did, but we just had that special moment. Brad, it felt like it was in slow motion, but it happened really fast. I tell you, it felt like it was slow motion. But
if I knew that was going to happen,
about when we first met.
Jeremy, if I knew that was going to happen with you guys, I would have gotten the camera rolling, and I could have made that happen. I could have made a whole movie out of it.
Believe it or not, we actually had plans for that, but with somebody else. But that ended up happening with me and Eileen.
I had the camera ready.
I was gonna say, not me.
I could have done it.
Yeah, the
Darn.
plan was for that very thing you're talking about, Nick, was for somebody else. But it did not quite happen that way. It actually happened with me and Eileen.
Come on.
Yeah. Hey.
I literally was crying going back to the hotel the last night because I felt like I was leaving my brother behind at the temple. I mean, it was. I was so upset. I mean, I just didn't. I mean, I wasn't like because I was probably crying happy tears, but
yeah, she was.
But I mean, it was upsetting because I felt like I left part of my my family behind.
Mm-hmm.
Then I saw him the next morning, and I tried to dodge him. So
and then you tried stealing my cup.
Yeah, we ain't talking about you, man.
That's another story.
I think everyone's got an Eileen story, so we'll have to figure out yours.
Yep. Can we answer Brad's question on the dreams?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I say you had a few questions.
You got a couple of them.
Okay. What do you feel about dreams possibly being a window into our other lives and alternate universes? I feel like the dreams is a realm that you could travel, whether you're consciously awake, or do you ever feel like you just sort of fell asleep while watching something, but it's the state you're in, like a dream state or an REM stage, and I think it makes it easier for us to get into this other realm, like where the spirits you can be heard, they can communicate better with you in dream state. So I wouldn't doubt that, we might even have some type of memory tapped in there if you believe in alternate lives, or some cultures believe in that, where your souls are reborn, but your soul's always the same. You could possibly look different, but that you are supposed to not really remember that. You're supposed to forget your past, but every now and then I think part of it is telling you this is who you were. And so even with your interests and passions, it might feel like, where is this coming from? It could have been because you've lived before and that was your interest then, or that's who you were then. And so now this person you are today, in this time, it's like you're gravitating towards that again because it was something that you were doing before. So yeah, I think there is a correlation with dreams and seeing things, communicating in the spirit world in that sense.
Let's see.
That is an interesting concept.
Very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now we got another. Yeah. We got another question here from Cheyenne.
Okay. I did say yes. I do think it runs from my mother's side. She's kind of in denial with it all. But I swear to you, I know I'm just like my mom. It's like you can't even have a thought with her in the room because she's already reading you and already knowing what your answer is and what you're doing and where you were really. And it's not just a mom thing.
That's a mom thing too, but
it is a mom thing too. Like, like they say, like you have eyes in the back of your head. Like, how do you even know I was over there? And so I know that it's probably born given and passed down. Like I said, I feel like I passed it down to my son even. So I couldn't dispute like any of the things that he was saying to me when it came to supernatural things, because I could relate. I was like,
let's put her in a room with Eileen.
Yeah, it does. I do believe it. You can pass it down. Mm-hmm. Totally agree.
Now, do you think that have your family avoided you because of this?
Yeah.
That was another question that Cheyenne had.
Yes, it's very taboo. I come from a very Christian family, so for it to be coming up, my dad, when he met my mom, he was reborn Christian, so it was like 10 minutes a day reading the Bible. That was my first book to read. How to learn how to talk, how to read. It was all Bible stories. And so I think when I started bringing up whatever I was seeing as a child, it was like, no, that's not happening, because I think they were just really scared. They didn't understand it. And it wasn't like how it is today where you could talk about it openly. Back then it was just probably a scary thing for them to deal with their children. Like, imagine your 3 or 5-year-old saying, like, there's someone right there standing next to you in the room. I would freak them out at 5 years old or 4 years old. I would come in the room and I'm like, it's on you. It's on you. And I'm like wide awake. And I'm like, and I'm like crying, like pointing at them, like, why can't you see? It's right there. And so they're like, please just go back to your room.
It also comes into play that, even though, yes, you're okay with your kids being able to see things, whether, it's just still, it's kind of scary because, not everything is meant for everyone to see. So if you can't see what your child sees, it's scary because that's the one thing you can't protect them from, whether they really need the protection, because it could be a loved one, but if they don't quite understand it, then it's still something that you as a parent, is hard to help them through it sometimes. Yeah. Whether you have gifts or not, it's still trying to explain it to a child is even harder when they do have gifts.
Yeah.
Yeah, that made sense.
I think even today, it's still difficult for them to talk to me with it. Right. But now it's almost like they just accept that this is who I am. I haven't been any different since the first time I could speak words. So, it's like, it's not going away. It's just part of me. All I can try to do is learn to live with it in a way, and learn to find a balance of normal living, because I think for some of us that deal with it, it could be really overwhelming. It could be draining. It could be stressful. There's times where, I had connected with someone, and I won't go into details about it, but it was back from the June investigation, and I had connected with someone, and if I like sort of ignored it, like as if it wasn't happening, then I couldn't even sleep for a couple days, because it just feels like when someone's at your door ringing your doorbell, and it's like, well, I'm going to keep ringing this doorbell until you answer the door. So you can ignore me all you want, but I'm not going anywhere, like ding, 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 and so I couldn't even sleep until I listen, or sort of like accept what's happening, not ignore it. The more I ignore it, I feel like the more I'll be sleepless, or, distracted, things like that. But if I sort of acknowledge it, I guess is the right words to say, or even attempt to do something about it, like, okay, what do you need me to do? I mean, I just sound like a crazy person sitting in my kitchen, at 11 o'clock at night making something. And it's like, okay, this impending feeling or thought, or this person, acknowledge me sort of feeling. And it's like, okay, well, what do you need me to do? Because it's like, can I get some sleep tonight?
Well, everybody thinks, oh, it'd be so, don't you want to live in a haunted house? Don't you want, and we all say, oh yeah, but we wouldn't have to drive anywhere to go and investigate. But you need your space.
Yes.
You need your own personal space that you are not bothered in, or, that's your, whatever you want to call it. I can't think today. Y'all have to excuse me today.
You can't think today?
Today, every day.
Every day, but definitely today I am medicated. So.
Okay, so I gotta say, the reason I took the names down and the banner down for just a minute, because I wanted to get a screenshot of Nick's screen. Because the way that his microphone was and his chair, it just literally made it look like a scene from Star Trek.
I want to see.
I'm about to say it did. I looked like a flying saucer or something too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, at first, before I got a good look at it, his microphone, it looked like a small chair, like he had a new chair. But then I saw the chair at the edge of the screen, and then I realized, oh, that's the microphone.
You
So I
guys
took,
talking about me?
Yeah.
Yes.
oh, I'm trying to
He's
clap.
yelling at her like, yeah, sure, yeah.
But what I was saying, Nick, is when you were gone, the way that your chair and the microphone was, it looked just like out of a scene from Star Trek. So I took the names and the banner down so I could get a screenshot of it.
And
Yeah.
did you get the shot?
Did you
I
get the
got a
screenshot?
screenshot of it. So
Oh, this I gotta see.
well, I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna send it over to my office computer and crop it down and then blow it up. But I'm not gonna be able to
Nice.
do that until after the show.
Not enough coffee.
It's for
What's
the
up,
after
Emily?
hours show. The after
Yeah,
hours.
you don't want to find yourself back in a slammer again, do you?
What's up, Emily? No, we're not doing. We're talking about your background being from cockroaches in space.
Hi, Emily.
Watch
Oh,
there be
God.
an alien species of cockroaches. You know how they say there's an alien species of like
What's that?
Insectoids.
insect, like an insect head?
Yeah, they're the
What is a
insectoids.
cockroach?
They're insectoids.
Oh, there you go.
We're going
Or
to
the
send them
mantis-
all to Nick's. We're going to say, instead of ET phone home, cockroach alien, go to Nick's.
Oh no! I'm gonna stick with the xenomorphs from Alien. I'd rather have the chest bursters come out of me than deal with cockroaches.
Like, you're going to have them coming out your ears.
Oh,
your
God.
nose.
Alien species of crickets.
The scary thing will be if they ask us to take them to our leaders. I'm like, we don't have any smart ones.
Oh,
It would be as big as the one in Men in Black.
yeah,
Yeah,
Actually,
that big one.
you already know this, Jill. I don't mince my words.
I was thinking of a different movie. Actually, believe it or not, it was actually one of the Godzilla movies. It dealt with cockroach-like creatures taking human forms, trying to take over Earth, and they have their own monsters, and Godzilla fights them.
On Godzilla?
Yeah, there was
With
Godzilla. Yeah, it was Godzilla versus Gigan that came out 50 years ago in the early 70s. It was like that theme park, and the people that worked it were revealed to be these cockroaches from another Earth-like planet trying to take over, and they use the monsters Gigan
I was going to
and
say,
Ghidorah.
there's 1,000 Godzilla movies, and I've only seen like only 20 of them or something like that.
20.
You're more than halfway through. There's a lot. There's definitely more, but that was one of them. They had They had cockroaches in it.
Yeah.
But you never saw them until the end. You never saw their true form until the end of the movie.
And
Yeah,
then Lord
I have
Nick.
never seen a series like that take off in a way that it did, and still going on.
Yep, they're making a new one already. No, actually, they're now trying
Seriously?
to make a television series. No, they're actually gonna. I refrained that. They're actually trying to make a television series now.
Nice.
That would be a hard series to make with
Yeah.
with Godzilla.
They're
I do have to ask Brad a question.
yeah.
Since he brought up Men in Black, did you actually see that movie?
There's more than one.
Well, any of them. I'll just go with any of them.
Oh no, this is so true. I hate to agree with Emily on this, but this is so true. They say the most popular bug to be removed from the human ear is a cockroach.
That
No.
is true.
I'll deal with a wasp. I'd rather have a wasp in me than a cockroach.
Oh.
Here you
How
go,
about none?
Scott. Here you
How
go,
how about this? No insect in my ear. Let's put it that way.
I
You
don't
know,
want that either.
we eat about 8 or 9 spiders in our lifetime while we
Scott.
sleep.
Oh God, I thought that was an urban legend.
No, it's true. And every chocolate piece you eat has several fragments of bugs,
Roaches.
insects. Mhm.
Yep.
Every piece of chocolate. It's not going to stop me though.
Yeah.
Jeremy will be getting ear guards.
Anyway, I already wear hearing aids as it is.
Then it's going to go up his nose into what little brain he has.
What do you think I wear these headphones? It's not always just for the show.
There you go.
Actually, Eileen, now I've got enough scar tissues in my nose; they won't be able to go up through there.
They have to maneuver.
Yeah,
Like a jungle.
yeah. But no, Jill is
Why are you
right
not
about the
showing
whole
up?
insects in your food because they've deemed a certain amount of insect in your food to be acceptable now.
Yeah.
No, it's not acceptable.
No,
Well,
it's
you're never
not.
going to get 100% of. I mean,
No.
But then, I mean, it is protein.
Yeah.
That's not the kind of protein I want.
Neither would I.
If I
I'm
want
good.
protein, I'm going to go eat chicken.
And when I go to New Orleans, you can go down to the insectarium and eat mealworms and chocolate covered
God.
mealworms.
Oh wait, what?
Yeah.
Did you see that they made a factory in Canada that has over 2 billion crickets for people to eat for food shortage?
Yeah, I can see
That
that.
is becoming a big thing.
Mhm.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
always been a source of
Chocolate.
food, but yeah.
Chocolate covered cockroaches.
Oh, I thought it was the crickets.
No, it's chocolate covered cockroaches. Brad is talking
no.
about.
No.
thanks. No, thank you. No,
You
thank
know,
you.
we're
Yeah, they have,
probably not
they
far
have
off from
cinnamon
that
and
being a
sugar.
thing now.
What, Jeremy?
We're
Go ahead,
probably
Jeremy.
not far off from that being a thing.
Oh
Chocolate
God,
covered
that's my worst nightmare. That is the one thing I will never eat. Never.
If you go to the insectarium, I don't know, I'm sure all of them have this, but the one in New Orleans, they have the cinnamon and sugar. It's supposed to be like cinnamon toast crunch type mealworms.
Mm. Yum.
Yeah, it's true. Other countries eat bugs as a good source of proteins.
Yep.
They do. They do have very different cultures from us, and it seems alien to us. But
Yeah.
it's what they've done for
Yeah.
many generations.
Yep. Emily shared the link too, so we can find about the cricket farm in Ontario.
Oh boy.
But I've heard of that, Emily. I've heard of everybody's prepping for the food shortage.
Emily's got links for everything.
Yeah, she always comes prepared.
She does. Oh, speaking of which, I think it was Emily. I don't know. Somebody had sent me a thing about your discussion from Tuesday night, and it was tying in the campsite murders to Friday the 13th.
Oh yeah.
I want to say it was Emily, but I'm not 100% sure.
It had to be because she was the one who pointed that out to us when Don and I did our show on Tuesday night. It had to be Emily.
Yeah, but they sent me a link and asked me to forward that on to you. I had not done that yet. I hadn't even really looked at it myself.
Yeah, the Girl Scout murders. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Oh.
Occurred back in the late 1970s.
I'm interested in that.
The similarities between those and the movie is too coincidental.
And it's
It was me.
Well, the other thing too, most importantly, is that the
You
only
weren't
thing
even
that
born.
the only real connection between the movie and the murders was that it occurred on June 13th, but it wasn't on a Friday though.
Mm.
So, yeah, it's really interesting. And of course, the death. Yep, June 13th, 1977.
Eek.
Yeah. Well, oh, it was Cheyenne's grandmother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she was the one that sent that to me. I hadn't really looked at it, but she did ask me to forward that on to you, but I hadn't done that yet. But I'm going to.
You ran out of your cookies, Eileen?
Believe it or not, do y'all put? I was a Girl Scout.
Me too.
And I got kicked out.
Oh.
Okay.
I was
happened?
a brownie, and I was
Brownies.
a junior, and
Okay, here it is.
they didn't accept me when I was trying to bump up. So I say I got kicked out.
Cheyenne, I'm not
That's
sure.
okay. I went back to sports.
Nick, I'm forwarding that to you right now
Oh, okay. Cheyenne,
I
I
was a
don't
brownie
think
too.
while I'm thinking about it. Okay,
Cheyenne,
yeah, here it is. Mhm.
Cheyenne, I don't think barbecue sauce is going to stop them. I think she's talking more about the roaches again. Saying my dad
Cinnamon.
said throw
Cinnamon,
barbecue
right?
sauce on them.
Cinnamon and sugar always covers everything.
There you
up.
go.
Emily, you're afraid of crickets? I mean, are you actually afraid of the noise?
Oh.
They're peaceful.
Oh my gosh. You know, a lot of y'all know we have lizards, and we used to have a lot more lizards. So, we were breeding crickets. Oh my gosh, that had to come to an end. I couldn't do that. I was through my whole house. All you could hear was the crickets. I was like, no more. Then of course we found out crickets really weren't good for lizards. So that's when we went to breeding roaches.
Oh, jeez, here we go again.
We have to breed what they call it, the doobies, Dubais, whatever. And so we started breeding those, but I couldn't do crickets in the house.
Emily
I said we
said,
bred them. We have a aquarium, pretty big size aquarium for the roaches. Yeah.
Emily said she's terrified of crickets. She'll have someone check out a basement of place before she goes down and investigate. They are aliens. Now, I got to bring this up. Actually, no, something else that Emily said. I'll get to that one in a second. The film actually represented Wednesday the 13th, but had a flashback to Friday the 13th in 1958. Now, this, I got to ask China. It was about Finland 1960s murder.
That was the thing that was being tied in that her grandmother had sent me.
Okay.
So I forwarded that on to you. It's a lengthy comment. So
okay. How about throw some ranch on them insects? I don't think that's going to work either, Emily.
I don't like ranch to begin with.
I like ranch, but only when it's on something.
Now, crickets I'm fine because to me crickets are nature's music.
Yes, they are.
They're annoying as all get out, especially when they're in the house.
Okay, so then that leaves me a question, Eileen. Then, what would you rather choose to listen to? Would you rather hear the locusts, cicadas, or the crickets?
How about shoot them all?
Now you're getting into Metallica. Get them all.
I'd rather be in my house with the door shut and not be able to hear anything. But yes, I agree with Emily. Probably the locusts.
All right then. See, I like both noises actually, the locusts and the chirps of crickets.
I mean, look,
weren't we supposed to have an invasion of locusts recently?
Oh,
no, actually, no. We're not supposed to have that until 2024. So 2 more years before we.
Well,
have
I mean,
I'm
seeing a whole 17-year. Of them.
Yeah, the 17-year.
I remember something was supposed to happen. It was actually during the pandemic.
It was supposed to happen. That's what I was told. It turned out it was more on the East Coast that they were coming out. So I think as far east as Ohio, but for like the Midwestern area, so like Illinois and Indiana, they said we're supposed to get them by 2024 because that'll be the 17th year because the last time we had them was in 2007.
Well, I know my sister had a bunch of them in her at her house, and no, I mean it wasn't an invasion, but a bunch of them at her house out in Texas just a couple of weeks ago. But now, look, I need to call y'all one day when I walk outside. Where I live is I call it a double dead end. To get to my road, to get to my road is a dead end. Then you turn on my road, and my road's a dead end. And there's some woods that everything backs up to. You walk outside, it sounds like the predator is in those woods. Call y'all and let y'all hear that one day.
In the world. You got my number.
You got my Facebook. Yeah, I thought people do cook them too. Don't they? The cicadas. Yeah, the locusts. They're actually considered a delicacy for some people. They actually cook them.
Ooh, I didn't know that.
Oh, okay. Which one of you two has a son named Gavin?
That's my son.
Hey, Gavin.
There you go. Gavin?
That's right.
I told you to
say hi.
He's on YouTube.
That's awesome.
My end of the world didn't happen, so now it's all about the
if you're on YouTube, please subscribe to us.
Yeah. Out there, yeah. Please subscribe.
I gotta throw that out there. Subscribe to us, please. That's what it is. The cicada. That's what I'm thinking of.
That's it's all about the cicada swarm that is supposed to happen every year, and it's not only just like for some other regions in the country, it's not always 17 years. In other areas, it's 13 years.
Brad, you be nice.
I feel you for Gavin.
Be nice, Brad.
He has so much patience with his mama. Like he's the most kindest. Like
now, Gavin, is he at your house right now?
Actually, he's at his dad's till Saturday, but he had guitar practice, so he had to go there because I'm not really sure where that's at. But
Okay, I was on time to come say hey on screen, but okay.
Yeah.
But anyways, you're the center of attention now, Gavin.
He said, "Mom, I'll pop in on your show right after guitar." So I was like, oh, "Okay, yeah, nice. Say hi when you jump in."
Hold on, Gavin.
So
What's your
it must
favorite
be
type
done
of
then.
music to play?
Am I hearing a beating noise? What the hell is that? You guys heard that,
Beating?
right? It was
Like
like
a
it was like a drum or something. You guys heard that,
Well,
right?
there was a small crack over here just underneath me. But
Eileen, is that you?
No, I was replying to Gavin.
Okay.
Is someone drumming? Something?
I'm hearing like
do you hear?
it was
Oh,
like
Do you
I
a,
heard it.
hear it
Hold on.
now?
If you be
I
quiet,
heard it
Nick.
again briefly. It was like,
Right there. I'm hearing if you be quiet.
I think it's you.
no,
Nick?
it's not me, because I could hear it through. If it was
No,
me, I wouldn't
every
hear
time
it.
you talk, there's like it's like almost an echo with the mic.
It's your drum or your head speaker. I don't know.
I have no
He likes
idea.
rock.
Well,
Nice.
let's put it this way, Nick. We still got 5 more months before we start playing a little drummer boy. Okay?
No, that's Emily. What are you looking at me for?
Oh no, 4 months.
Play
4
the
months.
Four
Monster
months.
Mash soon.
They have 8 or more bats at their house. Grandma loves to watch them. The bats are awesome.
They're so cute.
Okay, Gavin's son or Gavin's mother is Jill.
That's Joe's son.
That way.
Wrong
Whichever
way.
And
See?
he's commenting through YouTube.
So
Get
please,
it together, Brad.
please subscribe.
I hope he subscribes.
We beg you.
Yes.
Your mom will give you $100.
There you go. I said I wouldn't be that mom, but
And,
Yeah.
and if you manage to subscribe to the other platforms, maybe she'll give you a raise.
there you go.
There you go.
20 chocolate bars.
Well, he
Give him
wants
a
more
raise in
guitars.
his allowance.
He wants more guitars. So
My son, how old is Gavin?
15.
Okay. My son's 27, almost 27. I don't know. I don't keep up. So
Yeah, he's subscribed.
but it doesn't change because his room, which by the way, he's in college and he still has a room here and he's been in the Marines and all that, and he still has a room. But it is loaded down with guns and guitars.
Oh my god.
It's like guitar, gun, guitar, gun, guitar,
Nice.
gun.
That's quite an interesting collection he's got there.
What about swords? He
No,
has
that's my
guns?
20-year-old that collects swords.
Oh, okay.
Is there any
Now my
coffee with it?
14-year-old is my electronic guru, so he's the one if something breaks, you're like, literally tear it apart, fix this. Here,
Yep.
have fun.
Does any of them have coffee collections?
Just me and Eileen. I
I
have so many Starbucks cups. It's crazy.
Oh my
Thank
god.
you.
$5. No.
Shut up, Brad. Before you say it, shut up,
We've
Brad.
lost another one, folks.
Shut up, Brad, before you say it.
No, he
Well-
just needs to turn a gun into a guitar. What?
Or what about
Oh.
guitar into a gun?
That'd be interesting.
I mean, the closest thing I've ever seen was like from Mad Max. There was that
That's a
awesome
concept.
guy with the flamethrower with the guitar attached to it.
Yeah, just put a little fret at the end of the barrel, put some strings on it, and
Just make sure you don't get caught by the cops, because I'm sure that's extremely illegal if you did that.
not necessarily. I'm sure that gun can be repurposed if you take out the firing pin and maybe take out a few other things, so that it is not an operational gun.
Well, no. I'm saying if it was like a flamethrower.
Oh, flame! No. I thought you were talking about a gun.
And different strings to say how far it goes.
That's cool.
Or a guitar and a taser.
See, so the hobby just gets more expensive. I'm so sorry to tell you that, Jill.
No
But then
coffee.
you'll miss it because I got a recording. So my son left for boot camp right after high school. And I don't remember what year he graduated. He's the oldest. And so he left for boot camp. And luckily I had recorded him and teaching his youngest brother how to play guitar. And so the house would be so quiet at night because I mean, all you could hear for a while there was the guitar playing. So I'd have to go on my phone and listen to it. So when he came home the first time, of course, he had to play it. Well, now he plays it all the time where it's annoying. So he gets his own half of the house. Like he has his own entrance and exit of the house that now it's annoying again because he's here all the time. Don't play.
The
It'll
whole
be
thing
over
about
with
the
and you'll
guitar
miss
and the taser,
Yeah, that's what I showed.
I'll put a taser at the end of a guitar so that when they're doing their concerts and you get those unruly fans that just jump on the stage, just now that you just get up on stage.
They'll never try to go back up on the stage again after that.
No. I think that would be a really, really cool idea if somebody were to make that. Yeah. The taser guitar.
It would be like one of those, what do you call those cow sticks? Like they use, what do you call those things?
Yeah.
Cattle prods.
Cattle prods. It's a human guitar prod.
Now, Jill, so
Shop
you're
rock.
in Southern California, right?
No, I'm in Central right now, but I grew up mostly Southern
All
California.
right. So y'all, you have a lot of don't you have like a lot of historical stuff in that area, or is everything pretty much earthquakes have destroyed them?
The fires were pretty bad last year. This year there's still some, but not as bad as last year. It looked like Mars outside, for the longest time.
Oh, I got videos. Yeah,
it was
Seen
crazy.
Pictures.
I couldn't even take a job up there. I was gonna go up to the mountains and take a job. And that same week that I probably would have left that next day to accept and start moving in there towards the mountains. That's when they started evacuating because the fires were so bad that I was like, I don't even know if it's going to still be there in a month. Like the fires were all in that area. And I still, I'm not sure if this business survived. So it's like almost like divine intervention that I didn't accept that next day and pack my car and move up there and then be stuck in a fire, So
I remember you telling me about that.
That's got to be a scary feeling.
But yeah, I think there's a lot because near the coast area, there's a lot of the missions here. And so, and just the area alone, like we're near Yosemite, maybe like an hour or so away. So there's a lot of areas that have landmarks. There's a lot of old buildings and things like that. Mm-hmm. And I think even some native land, because like where I live down south towards Southern California, it's near Oxnard, but like right before Malibu. And there's this rock that you have to drive past on the highway, on Pacific Highway 1. And it's like literally back then, this big old
We're
rock.
laughing at Jeremy, Jill, not you.
Okay.
Because he just said
we
his
knew it was
collection of
coming.
links.
We knew the links were coming.
Here they come.
This is all of them right here, folks.
I was just trying to do that subtly because the audience would only see one comment. They wouldn't see 20 of them from us.
That's all in one?
For the first time ever, I showed them all.
Oh, wow.
I'm just giving them something to click on. That's all.
Yeah. That's helpful. So there's this big rock on the highway, and they literally had to cut through this big rock off the coast just to have the highway cut through, the PCH1. And I remember driving through it one night, and it seemed kind of foggy. And it was the first time I ever like drove through an apparition, because as like I got closer to it, it resembled a person. And then she sort of vanished, but I was with my son's father at the time. And so we were traveling through, and I'm like, you saw that, right? And it's like literally as we drove through the apparition, the car shook. It shook. Like it shouldn't shake through fog, first off. And then I looked, it's like instantly I looked in the back seat to make sure it wasn't like a passenger. And I wasn't sure if it would be because the way it shook the car. And I was like, if you're in here with us right now, you're not allowed to come with us. You have to stay where you are. Like I already put boundaries down because I'm like, I'm not trying to take a passenger with me. But, haunted locations or locations where something occurred, that particular area where that rock is, it's been there for a really, really long time, even like just when it was just natives. And to me, I felt like it was that spirit of a death of possibly a native woman. But there were so many deaths on that exact location because a lot of the cars don't see it curve and they drive right off the highway into the rocks, into the ocean. And we don't know if they're like accidents or, on purpose. But there's so many on record just on that location alone. So it could have been anybody, but there's been like, I've seen footage of orbs and things like that in that area. That it's very, I suppose you could call haunted, like.
So, and I may have missed it. Can you pull over on that area? Is there like a side of the road?
Yes.
Maybe there you go. You should go there and try to do some investigations there.
Oh yeah, it's definitely there because just for me that was the first time I drove through an apparition, and we've driven through another one a second time. And it was similar, but it wasn't at the same location. It was just like a really random spot between LA and coming back to Central Valley.
One place I want to go, and I don't even know if it's haunted or not, but I still want to go to James Dean's crash site.
Yes.
I want to go there so bad.
Yeah, and ask some questions.
Yeah, I mean, I've always, since I was little, I've always been a huge James Dean. Like, of course, I had my posters on the wall and all that, of all the cute little boy bands and all that. But literally, James Dean was always had spots on my walls. And if it wasn't for me being married right now, I probably still would have James Dean posters up.
Well, we can still have questions.
His car is haunted.
That's what but
his car is haunted.
Yeah.
But they don't really know, everything about like exactly where his car is, isn't it? Something like that.
Yeah, it's like somewhere. I don't even know where it could be. I think they said they put it at an undisclosed location
or whatever.
It's like at an undisclosed location or a private residence or something like that.
Or the parts of it or kind of whatever on it. But no, and we were laughing, and it didn't dawn on me until Jill said, "Wait, there's only one." So for y'all that are in the comments, when Jeremy posts, like if you're on like Facebook or something, you only see one comment of his link. We see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 10, something like that.
There's 8.
8 of them.
Yeah, because we're to each destination.
Yeah, it's because we're on 8 different platforms right now.
Yeah,
that's what I always say. Hold your comments because here he comes, and we got to let these all scroll through before we can see. So you only see
oh my God!
Shut up,
No.
I got that.
Here, Brad. Here's.
Oh, no.
Here are the links. Here's every single one for you, so that way you have a good idea.
Or I could just give him this.
Bye.
Oh no!
I just had to hit the new comment button to have it so I could go back down.
There you go. Here, take them all.
That explains to you why we laugh every time he does it.
It's going to take a minute.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 minutes, actually. Make that 2 minutes.
Two.
Sending several links.
I thought I was going to be able to quietly put out a link and just let it go, but apparently not.
No.
So if you've commented, you might want to comment again if there's something.
Do it again. Repeat comment, please.
Oh, shoot. Oh, jeez.
That was me.
That was me.
I missed.
That wasn't me.
That was me.
You
I was
did
only,
that.
yeah.
I put my head down. What happened?
He just posted on them all again. Feel better, Brad. So it's like,
It's like you feel better, Brad. And I
hold
forgot.
on, did you just do something else? And I hit the button.
Don't post YouTube links in chat. By the way, Facebook cuts the reach with YouTube. Don't ask me why.
Oh, good to know.
I wonder why.
Okay,
Oh
back.
my
Brad, we said enough. And I also sent a comment that shouldn't have been said as much. And it's all about you.
And Emily, did somebody fart? That might have been Nick when he shit himself when he put the new thing up there.
I think it was Brad. I think it was Brad that did it.
That's probably why he had to go get a drink.
It was as he was getting up and walking.
I don't see all the comments from here. So do I have to just? Oh, do
Okay,
I do the comments? Okay.
Okay. Yeah, but I said,
Oh, now I see it. Okay.
Oh, so
I'm
you
like,
haven't been seeing it this whole time.
no, I'm like, should I go on my phone to see what people are saying? Okay, now I get it.
Oh,
Okay,
so
sorry.
you probably are seeing the
Just the pop-up
private
one.
chat.
I
think that
did.
automatically
Yeah.
puts you on
Yeah.
private chat,
Yeah.
and you just have to click on the tab
Okay.
to get the show comments.
Gotcha. Now I can see everyone.
So the private chat is when we really want to talk about Brad. We come over here and then we go like this. And Brad has no clue what we just said.
What's up, Joanne? Oh,
Hi,
So
Joanne.
now if you click on private chat, you'll see what I said about Brad.
Okay.
Oh my
And
god!
no, folks, we are unable to display that.
It says Brad loves Starbucks. That he wants the cup.
Emily,
Yeah,
we cannot talk about wine because I'm sitting here with several little bottles and I can't have any because I'm on medication. So
Don't
Okay.
make that mistake.
What we
I've
need
done
to
that.
do is send Brad a cauldron and a little witch's stick so that he can stir the pot.
I love Brad's comments.
Ew.
But have you had the green tea frappuccino yet?
I'm not big on green tea. Now my son
Oh.
is, but I'm just not big on green tea. Now peppermint tea and all that.
Mm-hmm. It's so good. It's like ice cream. I've actually not
Okay, Eileen, I will.
Oh God! Oh no! Are you serious?
Let's see.
Oh God! Wait a minute! Wait! Don't
Yeah,
forget
Nick,
though.
brace yourself.
We're supposed to have him though for July 32nd. Remember? So they'll be back when they still use
No,
the
she
glass
didn't
bottles that are orange
specify
green tea.
what to send him, so I'm sending him this one.
Oh my! Are you kidding me?
Jill's finally getting it while we're all sitting here.
Oh,
Oh, son of a!
Hey, Joanne. I know. I think I saw you up there like 50
Yeah,
things
it
ago.
was. Right here.
50 comments ago we saw.
I think we probably got more comments now than the audience here.
Oh.
Speaking
All I
of
see are
comments,
things.
just from the Universal page, yeah, no. Trust me, Emily, nobody wants to see that. I've seen it in the mirror. You don't want to see it.
He would shut OnlyFans down.
Jeff, good to see you. We can't see you right now. You're only Facebook user.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Jeff.
User.
At least we all know
That's Jeff.
I don't get it. He's always shown up under his name. Why is
Yeah,
he
I don't
not
know why
showing up as
he's-
Facebook user?
I really think, Jeff, do me a favor. Tell me, or tell us, how did you get to this? Where did you go to? Because I'm thinking if you go to someone's personal page, it does not show up. The give StreamYard access and all that, and it doesn't show it up.
Well, it's not on a personal page, but I bet you he's on the universal page because that's the only one I can think of.
One thing I learned over the years, Eileen, is anyone can say anything they want about me. I laugh it off and even crack jokes about it against myself.
That's what makes it so fun to crack them with you.
Like the bathroom shoot, Jerry. Okay, then.
Let out our secrets.
I don't know what's going on, but okay.
So, I think Cheyenne asked a question in there.
Yeah.
But honestly,
I'm gonna have to go on.
How long ago?
It, but it's way up there.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go through the sea of comments from Jeremy and me to find
it. I'm already looking. What is the scariest paranormal activity you have dealt with?
Scariest paranormal? Oh
Yeah.
gosh, there's just so many. I guess one of the freakiest, like I said, was when I was before I even started schools. I had to been like 4 or 5 years old, if that. And I would walk in, I would see all these things crawling around. They kind of look like insects and things, but I went into my mom's room to tell her, like, because they wouldn't let me sleep, and she was sleeping in the room, and I think my brother was just like a baby at the time, and I could see like a serpentine thing, like it looked like a giant serpent crawling over her, or at least getting to her and crawling over her. So it kind of actually reminded me of when Adrienne said that was it her son or her friend's son went to that cemetery and he could see what he thought were elementals. So I did want to discuss that with her because I know that at the location of the cemetery, they thought that there was ties to elementals in that area. And I do believe in those things. But I think what I was seeing, I wouldn't really consider it elemental per se, because I think some things they can just change form. Like they could look serpentine and go across walls, and, you know, like it almost just looks like an anaconda, but not. And they're just so strange to even describe that it's like I don't think I've ever even seen a horror film at that point before. I didn't see my first horror film till I know after I was 5, already in school, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. So, you know, prior to that,
how's that
I had
for childhood?
The first one to watch. Wow.
And that was an accident because I went trick-or-treating with a girl that lived in where we lived, like my neighbor, and she's like, oh, can I take Jill trick-or-treating with me? We go to her friend's house and they're playing Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and it's like the kids go, oh, a movie, you know? So we sit down in the living room, and then I'm like really innocent, you know, because I'm barely in kindergarten. And then I'm like, what is going on? I've never seen anything like this other than Looney Tunes, you know? So it was eye-opening, and I thought, I think that's when I fell in love with horror.
Yeah, that's kind of quite a movie to start off with your childhood with.
Well, I know I was a little bit traumatized because I came home telling her what I saw, and my mom was a little bit upset. Like, why would you let my daughter watch this movie? It's not for kids, you know? So I don't know. You have no control over that if you let them go.
Well, I'll tell you this. I mean, it could have actually, because, you know, when Texas Chainsaw was originally released back in 1974, it actually was originally supposed to have a PG rating before it got an R rating instead. What? I'm not even joking. Yeah.
I don't see how that can ever get a PG rating.
It was because due to the fact because it literally is a bloodless film. So even though, I mean, there's still gory moments, but they actually were trying to put it with a PG rating so kids could see it, but they couldn't because the MPAA denied that, and then as a result, they were forced to get an R rating.
See, now, I've always kind of let my child watch scarier movies and just kind of, you know, talk to them about them afterwards, let them know that's all fake and all. But I mean, his birthday's Halloween. I mean, you have to.
Oh, wow.
That's what, as an investigator, it stinks because it's the fact that everybody wants to do something on Halloween. I'm like, yeah, no, sorry.
Birthday
Now,
party.
a couple of years ago, we took, I took him on an investigation. It's just he likes it, but it's not like his biggest thing. He'd rather go hang out with his buddies now, but before then, he'd rather trick or treat. So,
I'd have a giant birthday party and make it Halloween themed, of course. Like, I think I would probably just do that in general, even if it didn't fall on Halloween.
Well-
like, how fun is that?
well, the problem is, so many kids when they were little wanted to go trick or treat.
Right.
So no one wanted to do birthday parties. So we couldn't really do birthday parties on his birthday. So we would have like one year, we had a costume party. We had the karaoke machine hooked up. We had, basically whatever they wanted to do. But then he has so many friends, but he's still, when he's home, he kind of wants to be by himself, but he's very well liked. Everybody knows him. But he's that person out of the house. When he's home, he's like, he talks to everybody on game systems and all. He just doesn't really want to be around people when he's home. So he's kind of like a homebody, but yet he's an extrovert homebody.
I'm like that too. There's got to be a word for us.
Yeah.
Extra introvert.
At home, they're like, when are you going to come out of your room? We haven't seen you in 3 days. I mean, I come out to eat, go to the bathroom, barely. Like, I come out, get what I need, come back in. And I've been like that since I was a child. It's like, I'm not going to change. I've been like this since you forced me to play with my friends when I was a kid.
It's like even going on investigations, going out of town, going out with your friends, whatever, you really want to be there. It's the getting ready to go there. You're like,
yeah.
once you get going and get out of the house, you're good. Or get there, you're good. You really want to be there, but it's more like, I don't want
Yeah.
to.
Exactly.
You want to go to a horror movie?
I'll call that the switchtrovert.
Me too.
Well, for Brad? Oh,
No, when you're an introvert, but you're an extrovert as well. When you're out of the home, you're just out there, life of the party. But when you're home, it's you. You don't want to be around anybody else. You're a switchtrovert.
And there's sometimes, and sorry for anybody who's been through that. I'll put my phone, I'll just put it on silent, and sometimes it rings. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
No. Now I know when it's Beth, I'm like, oh, okay, I gotta answer that because I'm scared she'll come and give me a spanking or something. But
I know some people don't get my message for 4 or 5 days.
Well, I just apologize. I just apologize. Like, I haven't checked my messages. I'm sorry. I'm getting back right now. But I do apologize to everyone that sends me a message. It's like, I'm so sorry. Once my son's here, I'm so distracted. My phone's on a charge in a different room. I don't hear. I'm in the kitchen singing to loud music. Like I always tell you guys, like I'm cooking right now. I'm blasting the YouTube songs and I'm just singing. I can't even, you ask, why are you still cooking 2 hours later, right? Because I'm dancing to this song. It's a must. I have to sing along to Journey.
I know. I was asking her the other day, how long does it take you to make tacos?
Don't even ask.
Don't feel bad, Jolie. Like we ignore us all the time.
I try my best, Brad. Try my best.
Oh,
Brad, I don't even try with her anymore. I just let her message me when she's ready.
There it is again. I just heard that tapping again. You heard that, right?
Well, that might have been me doing that.
No, it was not. It sounds almost like footsteps, like someone running. What the hell is that noise?
Okay, it might be me then because I'm on a rickety chair, and I think they're all rickety because this house is ancient, it's old, and everything is, and
see you, Jeff.
It's antiques.
Your niece is upstairs too.
Everyone's upstairs, but you know what? One of us could be screaming in our bedroom, and no one would hear it in the next bedroom.
So if someone came and murdered you, no one would know it.
We wouldn't know. Unless we check on each other, and we don't do that often.
And you like how I went there with that conversation.
Yeah, this conversation took a slight little turn to the left.
That always happens, though.
This has actually been kind of a tame night. We're pretty good.
want a good horror movie? Let me record myself doing karaoke.
Me too, Brad.
No,
Me too.
Brad.
That's what I said. Me too.
Brad, just the fact
Me
that you
too.
recording yourself would be the horror movie. Forget the karaoke part.
I'd be more worried about what he would be
Brad
recording
said.
Brad's not allowed to say it. I can only say it to Brad.
Read between the lines. Listen.
No, that's Chrissy's line.
No, mine's the read between the lines, but he's getting it because of the other thing we did.
The coffee.
Chrissy's the
Yes,
lid
from
that
that
read between
video
the
that
lines.
we did over the summer or over the spring.
And certainly not the cockroaches, that's for sure.
And Bess is the I don't know shit.
Oh, and I looked it up. I mean, just to be sure on things when I was telling you about Texas Chainsaw, it says, yeah, Hooper reportedly hoped that the MPAA would give the complete uncut release print a PG rating due to its minimal amount of visible gore. Instead, it was originally rated X. After several minutes were cut, it was resubmitted to the MPAA and received the R rating.
See, now, I don't like movies that I don't want the guts hanging out and the blood splattering everywhere. I like more psychological thrillers.
Yes.
I know what's happening, but that to me is scarier not seeing it as it happens.
Mm-hmm. That's the old style of filming.
What are you doing, Nick?
It's like called film noir.
Bradley's. Oh,
right.
I'm honoring
and
Bradley's
it's just
request.
The idea.
Yeah.
Oh, is this a trailer?
No, this is the actual video. I'm honoring Brad's request here.
But Brad's probably never seen it.
Oh, yeah.
Is that the one that's got the cockroach at the end of the?
Nope.
Oh,
I've
so
never
this is
shown
the
that one.
legitimate one.
Yeah, this is the actual one.
There's no sound.
Let me see if I can get the sound. Hang on a second.
Well, if you put sound on it, it will probably get dinged with the copyright thing on it.
Yeah, I know. No, it's kind of weird. It's like,
oh my gosh, Nick, you and getting us dinged on copyright. Oh my gosh. I was getting those messages left and right. I'm like, oh my gosh, what did Nick play this time?
I
know. Actually, lately it's been on like Rosie's shows because the music that she puts on her intros.
That's just so weird, though. It's like I could show, like, as long as there's no noise, but once the sound goes on, you get the copyright issues. I just don't get it. So with something like this, I don't know.
We were at a concert,
and it's not yours, Brad.
We were at a concert, and I was filming the recording artist. And I mean, it was we were hosting the concert, but I was filming him, and I got busted on Facebook for copyright infringement. I'm like, I'm not trying to say anybody. This is the performer playing this song. And
this is free advertisement for the artist.
Hey, Eileen just got out of Facebook jail too. Don't forget.
I'll probably be in it. Give me another 30 days or so.
Give her time. She'll be back.
You speed up the sound so it sounds like the Chipmunks, so you don't get copyright ding.
The Chipmunks will probably come do it.
Gotta fight with that Fair Use Act, yeah. Well, that's the other
every
thing
time I've disputed it, they've always released it. Every single time.
Well, you have to remember too. I mean, this whole copyright issue that Facebook does is that, and they'll go after anything. Even if it belongs to you, they're still going to say, nope, that's copyright. We don't care if it's yours. That's still copyright. So,
and it could be in the background and you don't even know it's playing.
I know. It's really annoying. It really is.
You want a good one? Clarissa was telling me over the weekend that when she did a live at a recent investigation she did, she just started singing just nonsensical words. And she got dinged for it. And I was like, well, what kind of melody were you doing? It might have been someone else's melody, but I don't know. I was just, la 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 la. And she got dinged for it.
Oh my God. That's just ridiculous.
I know. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Facebook is stupid.
and you don't have that issue very often, like with Twitch or something like that. You have less problems with Twitch than
No,
you do on Facebook.
no Twitch, because you make money on that platform,
Yeah.
and so they're going to be very strict with copyrights.
Oh, really?
I
Okay.
miss MySpace. I don't know what y'all talk.
Me too.
MySpace was fun.
I wish
Oh
I could
my
have gotten
God.
I really wish I could have gotten to experience MySpace. I really do.
I mean, you got to pick your top friends. Like you got to pick your top
Yeah.
friends, and
Emily,
I would have to be so
I'm going to
far
have to
down
get
the.
with you on that one because I've been hearing about Rumble lately.
What's Rumble?
Yeah, I've been hearing about Rumble. I don't really know what it is. So, Emily, I want to get with you on that one.
Uh, uh, Brad, I know I was young when MySpace was like popular, but I wasn't that young. I was like in middle school during the height of MySpace. So I would have been old enough to know what MySpace was if someone told me about it. Damn it!
Yeah,
What's up,
MySpace
Robert?
was so much fun to have, and you could actually have somebody's song as your profile music.
Yeah, it was made
Yep.
for it
I
was
know.
made for musicians.
If MySpace was still a thing, then Eileen would be forced to be nice to me to get a top spot.
You would be like number 58 of my who friends. I'd have 50 friends, and you'd be number 58. I mean, I wouldn't have.
And you know what? MySpace was actually where I put my very first a cappella songs out on
Hmm.
when I started out.
I'm
That
actually
tells
looking
you
it
how
up.
long I've been doing this.
I'm
Which,
actually
by
looking it
the
up
way,
right
the
now.
new one that I've been talking about, I'm almost halfway through recording on that one.
Awesome.
I'm trying to find something. Hold on.
I'm actually looking at what Rumble is right now. Oh, it's been around for almost 10 years now, since 2013. Although, ironically enough, it launched on October 30th, Halloween Eve, 2013.
Emily, yes.
But Rumble probably hasn't exploded like some of the other things. And no, I am not doing a things only fans. No.
Hey, you know what, Emily? Maybe you should know
You
this.
don't want to see this.
Emily, you should probably know, by the way, that even though not too many people use MySpace anymore, I did find out. You do?
I still have it. I just haven't logged in about a year or two.
I don't use the email address anymore.
What
so
I was gonna say.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say what I was gonna say was, even though not too many people use it as much, you can actually go live on MySpace. So you could do I think you could do a show like this on MySpace nowadays.
I really do need to look into that.
I'll add you guys.
See, I didn't realize like all this talk about MySpace. Like maybe I did know what it was, but I was unaware because like when you guys mentioned how like you could put like music on the actual page to listen to. Cool. As I look back now, I think I remember that. But again, I didn't know what MySpace was in that year from that era. So
you can make money on Rumble?
Wait, what?
Apparently you can make money on Rumble.
Oh. Wow.
After this, MySpace is going to get like all these accounts going reactive just to see what was on their account.
Yahoo.
Oh I want to create a social media platform for only paranormal.
Yes, please. There's a couple.
You have a lot of
Aerospace.
Aerospace.
Do it.
Get that. Wait. Tell you what. Before he even creates that site, he needs to get that title before anyone else gets it. You know,
there you go.
Throw that stuff on, give him hell. If anybody uses it, if anyone uses it, they need to throw 10% back to Paris.
Well, okay, so as far as titles go, let's just say that there is a title that I'm working on right now, as far as trademarks go.
Brad, you could probably go.
Once that goes all the way through, I'll finally be able to do something with it.
I can't find. I used to have a picture that would pop up.
Brad, if it's been 14 plus years since you last used it, there is still a feature there that's called forgot password and forgot login.
Yeah.
You should be able to
My
find it.
MySpace is gone. I used to be able to log in. Now I can't.
I'm about to say mine. I think's gone
It's
now.
gone.
It used to not be, but I think
Never mind.
mine's gone now. I found it not that long ago.
15 years.
Jeez, wow, Robert.
But
I
it
used to
be-
go like once a year logged in, and nothing really changed. No one was adding
Oh,
anything
hold on.
in it.
Here we go.
Doesn't know the email he used back then. Well, there is something called the forgot username feature.
But you got to
Yeah,
know the email, and you got to have access to the email. That's the problem.
That's true. Yeah.
I have my first email. I have all my emails still except for one. Even the one
Seriously?
like when I started college, I still have my AOL.
I was
Jill,
just going to say, I know somebody who still has AOL, and I give him a hard time about it because
Jeremy, forgive me for this, but Jill, that makes two of us because guess what? I still have AOL myself, and it's been the same one I've used for almost 20 years. I haven't used multiple,
Yeah.
but I do have one still to this
Yeah.
day.
I felt
So now
privileged.
Jeremy,
That's
Jeremy's
my
gonna have to give me a hard time.
That's my original email.
what I will say is that with AOL, I really enjoyed their instant messenger program.
Oh my God! Don't even remind me. I still remember the commercials on television from the late '90s, early 2000s.
I still remember getting those
What's up, Jenny?
CDs in the mail for like so many free hours. Oh my gosh, I loved ICQ, Emily. ICQ was the bomb back then.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
We lost Nick on that one.
Wait, what was it called?
ICQ.
No, I don't remember. I don't know ICP.
Believe it or not,
ICQ.
my mom actually had ICQ instant messenger before I ever got into it.
Still had the nightmares about the dial-up sound.
Like, don't use the phone.
I can still
until
hear
you
it.
get online.
I can still hear it.
Well, let's see if I can help him out with that. Hang on one second.
Yes.
Oh no.
Emily,
Damn it.
get off
My
the
dad.
phone. I need
Damn
the internet.
Damn stupid.
My
Adam.
parents,
Get off the internet.
my parents were divorced. So my dad bought me a computer. First, he bought me a laptop, which was like it was a Toshiba for like $3,000. It was like this thick, and someone stole it. So then he bought me a desktop. Mama says, "There's no way you're putting that thing in our living room." So I put a desk in my bedroom and all that, and of course had to do the phone line. Well, she goes, "Well, you're paying for your own phone line because you're not going to block our phones." So I paid for my own phone line. Put it in my thing. I started coming home from school, and my mom would be off work sometimes. I'd walk in my bedroom, and she's on the computer. I'm like, what in the world? She figured out that she could email her sisters in Washington State. So I'm getting like all these pictures of my niece my niece from my brother being sent to us, my cousins and my aunts and uncles sending us stuff. I never got on my darn computer because my mama stole it.
See her, Jenny.
My Jenny.
Here we go, Jeremy. Do you remember the Commodore 64? What the hell was that?
Maybe.
My husband had that.
What the hell is this link of eBay? What is this? Oh, wait. Or is this what Emily was talking about?
I can't. Well, let's.
You guys heard the noise I was playing, right? You guys didn't hear what I was playing?
No.
Oh, okay. It's a damn computer. Sometimes it doesn't work. I'll be right back. Oh, it's eBay's Ghostbusters game on floppy disk. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got something.
I'm trying to click on the link through the phone, but it's not letting me.
Tell me if y'all can hear this. This is for Brad. Hold on.
Oh gosh, no, not the modem.
Hold on.
Do it again.
Consider he probably never got a message his entire life because no one wanted to message him.
Aw, that was exciting. You dial in. It takes forever, right? Like
Yeah.
Hangs up, dial, hangs up. 5 minutes later, you're like, did it connect?
Yeah.
What's
It
going
was
on?
making
Wait.
so
Oh
bad.
man, and once
Dial-up.
fiber optics came in, oh, that was so much better.
Wait, what did I miss? Because I had to get
Dial-up.
up for.
The
What
dial-ups.
did you miss?
No, I did the you got mail.
Yeah.
Oh
Is
yeah.
this what? Oh God! Damn! I was gonna play that.
No,
No, I did the you got mail one. So you got the dial up.
oh.
Hey, Brad, does this still give you nightmares?
Oh man.
Here's what got me back in the day.
I
I
just jumped
remember
back.
I was downloading an album. 10 songs took 11 hours to download.
11
And
hours.
because I was still on dial-up.
Oh my
I was
gosh!
still on dial-up, and here's the thing: if you lose connection, you had to start all over again.
Oh my God!
Yeah, it's not like how it is now, where okay, if you lose connection, you can start where you were at.
Yeah,
Back
it
then, if
pauses
you
for
lost
you.
your connection, even if you were at 95%, you had to start all over again.
Emily, I should have the dial up my show's intro video. Hey, you know
Y'all
what?
remember?
Oh my
Yeah.
God, I just came up with an idea. You know, now listening to that dial up, you know what this kind of reminds you of? Hearing it now, hang on. Like with the noises it's making? It sounds like this could be like a ghost box.
Yeah.
That should be something Greg should do.
Oh, idea. Idea. Write it down. Write it down.
The dial up ghost box.
Y'all remember
Oh.
Napster?
Oh. I never used it, but I do remember hearing about Napster. I just never used the damn thing.
I don't know what you're talking about.
How about a You've Got Mail REM pod, I guess. Sounding off. You've got mail.
That's what
You've got mail. Oh, there's a ghost over there.
That's what Brad was saying was where was it? Oh yeah, maybe put that on one of my music boxes.
There you
go. Oh, you know what? Do you guys remember ever this? This wasn't really a website. I think it was more of another music player. I think this is what took over Napster. Was you guys remember Morpheus? You guys remember that one? It was like a music downloader that you could just about download anything you want.
I know the name. I've never used it.
My dad was the one who discovered
along
it.
with like LimeWire, Napster,
Yeah, I remember LimeWire.
Clockster.
Rotten.com. What the hell is that?
Never heard that.
I've never heard of Rotten. I'm kind of. I would look it up, but I'm kind of scared to know what it is.
Not Double Dog Dare. Come on now, Emily.
Do you know it, Eileen?
No, I really don't. But I mean, come on. But you can't double dog dare anybody something.
Oh, oh God!
That's
I really
serious stuff.
don't look it up. I don't think I want to look it up.
Let me guess. It's probably going to be in the same lines as some other stuff that's been put out there that say you don't want to look this up, which of course makes you want to look it up.
I'm just going to go on Wikipedia and just find out for myself. I'm not going to look up illustrations.
Don't do it, Nick. It's quick.
We got another Facebook user.
No. It's don't worry. I'm using Wikipedia for this. So
don't look it up. It's the ring thing. Like it'll follow you. You have 7 days.
Oh,
just like that night that he had some standing behind him.
Okay, so all right. Now I'm glad I went to Wikipedia instead of the actual site. So I am so glad I didn't see what they were talking about here, because that would have been horrific for me. And it's been closed now for 10 years. It went defunct in 2000. It was actually on. It stayed online from 1996 till 2012. Oh God, damn it! And then it was last archived in February 2018. So unfortunately, some of the pages still exist, but after reading what it is, I'm not looking it up. I will not look that up, Emily. As soon as you told me to look it up, I will forget that, and that will be that.
Yeah, don't look that up. No.
No. Hell no, Wild Bill. I'm not looking that up either.
Nope.
And,
no.
Okay, no matter what you guys are telling me to look up, I will not look any of that up.
Look up the big cockroaches.
Nope. That's not going to happen either.
Hey, Jill, I hate to do this to you. Guys, I know we only got 20 minutes left, but I'm going to have to jump off. I'm glad you came on, Jill.
Thanks, Eileen.
Hit me up a little bit later. Shoot me a message.
I will. Thank you for the invite.
Bye, everybody. Sorry, I'm having to cut it short.
Bye, Eileen.
Take care.
Can you put up Robert's comment about the 80s?
Oh, yeah. What was that?
80s?
Maybe you could elicit responses from ghosts that died in the 80s from the modem sounds.
Modem.
You know I'm terrible with words sometimes.
Yeah, it could become like a trigger, maybe like a trigger for them. They say to do that. Like, say if you're investigating forts or something, like bring someone costumed in that time period, and it could be a trigger. So then it's inviting for them to come and speak or communicate.
I can see it now. About 100 years from now, they'll be taking the sound of the dial-ups and also the sound when you would try to call somebody and you get that do. Oh, Emily just sent me something.
Oh God! Don't look at it, Jeremy. Whatever you do not open that.
Oh, it's modem sounds.
Okay, all right. I was gonna say if it had something to do with rod.com, do not look it up.
It's a YouTube video with various modem sounds.
It's like Urkel. What the hell is that?
To conjure like 80s themed, or not even 80s, because Urkel's not the 80s. Was that 90s?
Steve Urkel.
Was that the
blue jeans and a t-shirt?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are familiar with that, aren't you, Nick? Steve Urkel?
I've heard of Steve Irwin, but I don't know if Steve Urkel.
No, Urkel.
No, he doesn't.
Steve Urkel.
Okay, do you know the phrase, did I do that? Do you know
that? Oh, you got mail. No, okay. I don't know that.
When you get a chance, go to YouTube and look up Family Matters. Okay? It's a TV show.
Oh, I remember. I do remember hearing about Family Matters, but I never seen the show
that's
either.
Where Steve Urkel is from, and he's the one who literally made the show.
All right, hang on. Looking it up.
He just recently posted a picture. I forget with whom.
Oh.
And he was dressed as Urkel.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, no. Now that you guys have said,
it's like the nerdy glasses.
Yeah, I know who this is now. Okay.
His character was originally only supposed to have been just a guest spot, but he was so popular with the audience. Yeah, he was so popular with the audience that they made him a regular.
Oh my God.
And it was only supposed to have been like a one-shot thing.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Now, you know what? Okay, I'm going to refrain what I said then. Yeah, I know who this is.
You know.
And then, okay, this makes so much more sense. Okay.
Oh, no, Emma. No.
Cheese.
What the hell is this?
Yeah, no.
No. That's
the wrong show. That goes on the other show.
Yeah, I'm not touching that one.
Yeah.
No, what about what Emily
wrong
said?
Show.
Got any cheese? What the hell is this?
That's another saying that Steve Urkel would say. Got any cheese?
He like runs into the house through a door and he just pushes the door open. And he's like, "Got any cheese?"
Even Emily's saying she's not answering her joke. Yeah, and yes, that's a difference. Hey, Don, what's up? Good to see you.
Don.
First time I've seen you watch our show.
Nice to have you join us. Where's the beef? That was another popular phrase. That was more.
I still say that. It's a commercial.
Well, no, I'm not. Wow, not showing that comments.
Older lady.
Yeah.
So mean.
Yeah, it was an older lady. I can't remember if it was Burger King or Wendy's, but it was one of the two.
Wait a minute, Cheyenne. Wait, hold on just 1 second.
They're
You're
lost.
How old? Okay, I'm gonna have to ask.
They're
How
like,
old are
what's a
you?
modem?
Wait, me and
Wendy's.
her are the only young pups here. How old are you?
Wendy's, thank you.
How old are you,
Well, Don's
Cheyenne?
in here now, so he's another young pup.
Actually, he's a year older than me. He's a
Damn
year
it,
older than me,
you're
though.
starting to make me feel old. Stop it.
And who the hell is this Facebook user?
I've
been seeing this all over. Who is this?
They said hi earlier, but I can't remember who.
What's a telephone booth?
Telephone, yeah. Actually, I think there's still one somewhere in existence.
Oh no, we have one over here too.
Who?
That's still.
That might be the one I'm thinking of.
We have one too.
You do?
I have a picture somewhere, and it's like the red looks like the ones they have in London.
But is it functional?
It's right across the Fresno State.
Back when you dialed your house collect just say you needed a ride and hung up.
Yeah.
What's up, Blockbusters? You gotta be kidding me! Come on, I remember Blockbuster.
Who has their cards?
One. We used to have one just across the street. And Don, hey Nick, the Facebook user is the CEO of Gorilla Glue.
There is one Blockbuster still in existence, and there's even a Wikipedia page on that.
Oh, nice.
Isn't that the one up in Alaska?
No, no, but it is up north. I want to say it's like North Dakota or Montana, somewhere around there, but I'm not 100% sure.
Wow, Bill makes a good point. They still have payphones at the jails. Wait, 20? Oh, 20. Oh, she's 25. Okay.
Okay, she's younger than you are then.
Yeah, she's younger
you
than me.
might be the youngest one here we have.
For a while it was me,
No,
but now
Gavin.
it looks like it's her.
Gavin's 15.
Oh, that's true. Gavin is
And
younger.
he said he knows Steve.
Oh.
Come on,
I
Emily.
haven't seen Gavin.
He commented earlier that even he
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I see it. Oh, 4 minutes ago. Okay.
Come on, Emily. What's a Radio Shack? I remember
Okay,
Radio
so
Shack
we're talking
too.
about
Wait,
ghost
what?
companies now.
They don't have
Yeah.
Radio Shack anymore?
No, they don't. They went bankrupt a couple years ago. Tell my son he needs to go see one in jail. Blockbuster on Friday nights was the happiest places. Yeah, that was all fun until Netflix took over. And then after that, On Demand and Comcast took over. Unless your parents went into the back room.
Yeah, so that's another sad reality of society is that as we get more advanced, certain things go on the wayside, and eventually they just die off. Blockbuster was one of them.
No Blockbuster or Radio Shack, but Don hears that Toys R Us is making a comeback.
Yeah, they're revamping
Yes.
their title, of the name title. It's going to be like Jeffrey's Toy Box.
Okay. They're penny loafer shoes with dimes in them, so we would always have money to call home. Payphones were 10 cents. Of course, Netflix and Redbox that took over.
I wore the penny loafer, but I actually just put pennies in the little slot.
Mhm. Oh no, we are not touching that one.
We're not touching that one, Emily. No way.
That one.
In Macy's
Jeffrey's
stores,
Toy
they have
Box.
Toys R Us sections like they're 10,000 square feet. Jeffrey, I'm not touching that one either. Emily, I'm sorry. I'm not even going to share that one.
True.
Speaking of names, somebody posted just today. I forget who it is, but she found a store that is actually called Oshkosh B'gosh.
Oshkosh B'gosh.
Yeah.
Is that even
You know about
English?
that?
No, is that even English?
That's like a toddler store, I think.
I did not know that was an actual store.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it is.
Oh, that
I had
was
no
bad.
idea until today.
I've shopped there for my son when he was a baby,
Oh my
like
God,
shoes and stuff.
it's in
Yeah,
Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Emily knows.
Oshkosh is literally like 2 hours north of me.
Well, now you know what your next road trip is, Nick.
I'll have to get a hold of Tom for that one.
Well, after we do Crown Point next week.
Yes, yeah.
It's a store in the mall.
Oh yeah, he's okay. Even he said it's a clothing store for kids.
They have cute
Okay.
stuff.
You know, I actually used to work, believe it or not, at well, not a store, but a company for a toy store, which is no longer in existence. It was a place that was called. I doubt you guys are going to know the name. You guys are going to recognize this name. It was called Land of Nod. It was like a corporate like toy furniture company that existed. It was really just in Chicago. There was and there was only one that was out of state. It was like we had four stores throughout Chicago, and the only one that was out of state was out in Washington. And I actually worked in the warehouse area, so bringing stuff, building stuff, all that kind of fun warehouse kind of stuff. But which the company was owned by Crate and Barrel, but sadly, Land and Nod went defunct 5 years ago. It happened 5 years ago. 2 years after I left, before I joined, my current job at a grocery store.
Brad said KB Toys. I haven't really heard that name in a long time.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that name.
What's Hush Puppy Shoes?
The Hush Puppies.
I thought Hush Puppies were just bread and bread.
I thought so too.
They used to have the cartoon Hush Puppies.
Is Toys R Us really coming back as Jeffrey's Toy Box?
I haven't looked into it in a while, but that's the last thing I remember.
There's no way that could be called
I hope
that.
not. That is such a terrible name.
It's such a terrible name, and well, you know what? I'm not even going to say it. Never mind.
And it's spelled Jeffrey like the giraffe, because Toys R Us's mascot
Again,
is
that's the wrong show.
Jeffrey the giraffe, so it's a GEOFF. Jeff. GEOFFREY.
That is just weird. That's just such a weird name.
Okay. Still that.
A different spelling, so it'll have a different meaning.
Well, even at that's still not a good name, because when you start thinking of somebody's toy box, a toy store isn't the first thing that comes to mind.
Yeah. Now, what the hell, Banana Republic?
That's a brand store.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an actual name. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
These are
sunscreen, isn't it?
kind of classic names I haven't seen in a while. United Colors of Benetton. We used to dress in colorful, like you could wear red with yellow. Like I remember I had a yellow overalls. I could wear like a red shirt underneath, and like your shoes could be like a completely other color, and it was normal. Like we literally dressed like clowns, and it was trendy.
I wouldn't. I would not remember. I would not remember that.
Let me
I'd
see.
be way too young.
I love clowns.
Wait, how old was I?
Yeah.
1990? I didn't exist then.
I'm sorry.
I wasn't born until 93.
It could have been in the 90s. So it could have been like, mid 90s. So you could have been like 2. You wouldn't.
Yeah, that's basically.
He wouldn't have known anything.
You wouldn't have known.
I was in my own world back then. I was still getting used to how
Yeah.
it worked.
But do you remember a time where everything was so colorful? Like all the
Yes.
clothes were really colorful.
Oh, the
And
90s,
everyone wore
early
every color.
Yeah, 90s, early 2000s were so colorful. And of course, life was way better than what it is today.
Parachute pants. That was the Hammer pants. Hammer time. MC Hammer.
You can't touch it.
Hold on a second.
Think of Jeffrey Epstein's toy box that the FBI got. What? I don't think I want to touch that one.
No.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Circuit City.
City.
We used to have one here just a few
Yeah.
years ago. I don't think
Ours
it's there
closed.
anymore.
Ours closed in like early 2000. Circuit City.
Yuppie store. I love Wild Bill's comment. I was born in. I have no. I have no idea what he's saying.
He,
I was born
he was
in
born way back in 19 something.
Oh wait, he said
time.
he was born in 1954. All right.
Well, with the kids, okay, basically one of the kids, and he's in college now. He's 21, but he literally said one time, anyone
Kodak.
born before 2000 is old. And I was like, I'm gonna go now. And I went and cried in my room or something.
Kids nowadays, they just don't know about it.
They really don't, and they never got, and they'll never experience, like for myself, for example, what I experienced growing up. We had it way better.
Hey kids, guess what? I actually grew up without internet.
Yeah, me too. Me too for the longest time.
Yeah.
I didn't start using Facebook or any social media until 2009. Kodak, that was another one.
We were just talking about it last week, I think, how we actually had to be at the phone when you were talking to somebody. You couldn't just talk to somebody wherever you wanted to. You had to be where the phone was at.
It was those big, like, box-shaped type of cell phones, too. They were like those big-ass cell phones, like you said.
Yeah.
Those things were, and those things used to be expensive as hell. Like, when they first started coming out in the 80s for it, it was almost like that was like the type of phone you would have to be rich in order to get, because very few people had them in those days. They were like $1,000.
Well, there was one where you literally had to carry a box with you just to be able to have it work.
Wow. Well, Emily said we had a car phone in the 80s. It took up the whole back seat, bottom part of the car. That must have been a real huge phone, Emily.
I remember car phones. There weren't that many, but
they came out in the 70s. I thought they came out in the 80s.
Okay, who is this?
Yeah, who is this? Here, put that banner up for whoever this Facebook user is.
Yeah, write your name down next time you type, so we know who you are.
Emily, you said me too. I guess in regards to social media in '94, I was only one by the time you used it.
Oh, it's Dave.
It's who? Oh, it's Dave. Oh, what's up, Dave?
Dave?
Good to see you, Dave Wismer. Dave, actually, I got to talk to you at some point real soon.
The best phone was the shoe phone.
The shoe phone.
Everybody wanted one of those.
You already told me who it is. No, you did not, Don. You had not told me who this was. That's big phones. Oh, Emily said hers was in a bag.
I just saw a post. I think it was one of the Beatles, and I don't know why I can't remember which one. Maybe Gavin will remember. But he had a photo that showed he had like a coffee machine in his convertible, like a coffee maker. It was crazy. It was like in the 60s.
Yeah, he did.
Do I even know what we already looked at that comment. The CEO.
Yeah, he did tell you who it was.
Oh wait, yes, you're right. Okay, I thought he was talking about the phone.
He did tell you who it was.
Let me just see here. Hang on. Does Nick even know where that is from? What was from?
The shoe phone?
Oh, the shoe phone. No, I would not know what that was from.
Very, very, very popular show back in the 60s. But I grew up on it. Have you heard of Get Smart?
Yes.
That's where the shoe phone comes from.
Okay. See, we have a channel which, well, I think you guys might have it too. We have a channel that is actually, well, it was a Chicago-based channel for a while before it spread nationwide. It was called, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Me TV before. You guys heard of that channel?
DTV?
No, Me TV.
Oh, Me. Mm-mm.
it was it's still around today, but it's a channel that shows a lot of like the old television shows. Like for the longest time, they would show like shows from like the 1950s up to like early 1980s. Of course, a few years have passed, so they
We
started
used to
extending
have a
that.
channel called TV Land,
Yeah,
and it
well,
would
TV
show,
Land did it. Well, TV Land
yeah,
used to kind of be
and
that
it would
channel that.
show old shows like that.
Well, TV Land had showed them for a number of years, but they didn't really do it as much. So Me TV is kind of the channel that's kind of taken over. I mean, TV Land still shows some of them, but not as frequent. So, but with Me TV, however, not only have they still been showing these shows from the 50s to the
Nice.
80s, but they started extending it to like the late 80s and 90s too. So yeah, see, even what Wild Bill just said, Me TV shows the oldies, oldies.
Do they play like Three Stooges? Because oh
Yes.
my gosh, me and my son love that.
I was just watching them the other day.
And,
I love
Lucy?
Three Stooges.
I love
Yep.
Lucy.
I love Lucy's been
Oh, the
What
Bird
did
shown.
you
and
think of the
Shirley.
movie?
That's Emily.
The
Green
the
Acres.
reboot
Green
movie.
Acres. Oh my God! And then Emily just wrote all these down. All in the Family, Jeffersons, Laverne and
There you
Shirley,
go.
the
The
Monkeys.
monkeys.
Yep.
You
I
know,
like singing along.
I've seen them all but the monkeys.
well,
What?
can I?
Hey,
if
hey,
I-
we're the monkeys.
well, let me
Yeah,
tell
I've
you
never
guys
seen
something.
it.
Down.
Let me tell you guys something. Actually, something about the monkeys. I've actually seen Davy Jones many years ago on a. We had one of those summer fests, I guess, and Davy Jones was scheduled to be on it, and so I kind of regret that we should have
We
stayed.
got too crazy for her, Chrissy.
Wait, Chrissy, what?
Laughed.
Yeah, we got too crazy for her. She had to leave.
Oh my God, Brian said he's watching Three Stooges right now. That is awesome. But no, like I remember when we saw Davy Jones, it was just like, unfortunately, I regret not seeing the whole thing because I was like, at that time, I wasn't hugely into music. I wasn't really paying too much attention because I was still a really young kid back then. But I look back now, and it's actually I just realized it's been 10 years since Davy Jones passed away. And I look back now, like, you know what? I'm actually glad I got to see him. And he actually was a really funny guy. Just great guy to really like to have him, not only sing but just joke around with. But it was cool seeing him, regardless.
Wonder Years, Emily said, and they did a remake. My brother loved it. I've yet to review it though.
I heard that they had made a new one.
Mm-hmm. A new version.
You know what? I'm gonna throw this one out here. There is a remake of a show that I loved as a kid growing up. So I was looking forward to the remake that they were going to do, and I have to say I was quite disappointed in it. And
What
it
was
was
it?
Saved by the Bell.
Well, Saved by the Bell.
Yeah,
Oh, they did it?
they rebooted Saved by the Bell, the new generation. This time, Zach is the governor of California.
Oh.
AC Slater is a coach, and Jesse is the principal. But they focused on the kids, and it was just a real disappointment to me.
Mm.
Yeah.
So Dave Wismer just messaged me personally. He's asking, obviously we now know this is him. Why does my picture not come up when I type the message? Dave, you got to let StreamYard. You got to let StreamYard give permission to
Let's put
see
that
him.
banner up.
Yeah, I was asking. Here, tell you what, I can actually get it.
Yep.
Yeah, put the banner up.
There you
Emily,
go,
I
Dave.
just saw your message. She was sending me a picture of the phone with the box that you had to carry. That's exactly it.
You know what? And I heard Wild Bill said the batteries were actually bigger than the phone. Yep. See, yeah, the battery was bigger than the phone. Man, that must have been a huge battery.
Well, yeah, Emily, you're right. They shouldn't have rebooted it. But yeah, it's never the same without Screech.
Nick, I'm sad. The Three Stooges joke went over my head. What?
I don't think we saw the joke.
I don't think I saw it either. Yeah. I'm trying to go back and see what he was
I'll look
saying.
back too.
I don't see anything involving Three Stooges. Oh,
After
wait.
you said Three Stooges right now, the next thing you said was Knight Riders, so we didn't catch it.
It's like the time they tried to reboot the Brady Bunch. Oh, we're all watching the Three Stooges right now. It's
Oh,
still.
talking about us. Talking
Oh,
about us.
oh my God.
I'm gonna pull my Eileen on you.
Yes, Fuller House was very good. They changed it a little bit, but they stayed they stayed to the heart of the original show. Fuller House, very good.
Brad. You know, I have to admit one other show, and this is another show that still runs on MeTV. It's not necessarily it is an old show, but it's a show that still runs to this day. And Jeremy, I think I've talked about this, but the show is, it's like the channel as a whole is like.
What's the name of it?
I was about to get to it. It's usually hosted. I was going to say the channel as a whole is hosted by Rich Coase, who most of us know him as Svengoolie. The show is Svengoolie. You know that show? You don't know Svengoolie? Oh, okay.
No.
We'll have to talk after the show then.
I want to
Not
know.
for 6 hours, though. And by the way, those of you in the audience, we are not doing this show for 6 hours.
No,
Right now.
that is not happening. Plus, I got to
Go
work
get
tomorrow
your
morning.
coffee.
Okay, so Svengoolie. I'm surprised neither of you guys have heard of that. Hang on a second. Emily's at. Okay, here I'm. Oh, wait a minute.
Spell it out.
Here, hold on. This is how it's typed.
So we're going to see this name.
Oh.
I have never heard of it.
It's a guy. Well, the
Wow.
show
That
actually
doesn't
dates.
even look like an American title.
So the show actually started back in the late 70s, and it was with this guy by the name of Jerry G. Bishop. He had like this kind of horror hippie kind of look to him, and he would often usually show horror films, mainly like a lot of like the Universal horror films, that kind of stuff for the longest time. And then after a couple of years, I think it was it ABC or I don't remember what channel it was originally on, but they canceled
it. Is it an American show?
Yeah, it is. It was here in Chicago. It was a Chicago-based television show. So after the show,
I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah, after when the show ended, they revived it, but it was called Son of Svengoolie, which they broadcasted throughout the course of the mid-1980s, which by then was hosted by Rich Coase. And the show ended again, but they brought it back. But then they decided to simply call it Svengoolie because they thought the Son of Svengoolie was grown up enough to just be called that. And he actually got permission from Jerry G. Bishop just to use the name Svengoolie, and he's been using it ever since 1995. And for a while, he was showing a couple different different type of horror films. He used to show some of the more violent ones, but over the last 10 years or so, he's been kind of going back to the original tradition, showing like a lot of the older horror films between like the 1930s up to the 1960s. So
was it more of a regional show?
It started off just for the Chicago area. So yeah, it was kind of a regional show. Like if you lived, there might have been there were a few other towns outside of Chicago that would have that channel, like maybe in some like the larger nearby cities like Milwaukee or in Indianapolis in the inner city, but you wouldn't hear that show outside of Milwaukee, Indianapolis, Chicago especially. But then starting about 10 years ago was when not only did they expand MeTV, nationally for the entire country, Svengoolie also went with it. So not only do you have people all over Chicago that are familiar with who he is, now you got people all over the country who know who he is. And yeah, Sven was on before the Crypt Keeper. That's right. And
That's cool.
And I've actually briefly had been on Svengoolie's show, believe it or not, again, 10 years, because he often will come to a lot of our ghost cons we have here in the city, in Chicago. And he's like a favorite guest of ours. And he's among one of the few people, like if you saw him, you don't have to worry about paying for an autograph, paying for a picture or anything. So it's still awesome that he did this. But we saw him, I think, starting in 2008. We got a picture with him. No, actually before that, we saw him at Six Flags Fright Fest. So we got a picture with him. I was 13 back then. Yes, I was younger then. And then 2 years later, we saw him at a horror film convention, and we started doing this tradition where we took that old photograph and we took a picture with him with that photograph, and then all of a sudden, it's like the tradition began. We started doing like this picture within a picture. We would have the old picture, and we get a new picture with them, and then we'd sign it, and it became so popular that he actually added one of our pictures onto his show.
Wow.
So, and I didn't even know he was doing that because it was only after someone sent me an email saying, "Nick, do you know about this?"
I like those pictures, and it shows it in the background, like another picture, and then holding another picture. Yeah.
Emily knows. Emily, I think she knows what I'm talking about.
Twilight Zone. That was a favorite. Tales from the Dark Side was another favorite.
Dark Side.
That was another one.
Yeah. Tales from the Dark Side never really got the popularity of the Twilight Zone, though.
What about Elvira?
Elvira! Yes.
Yeah, Elvira, her Saturday night features. And then there was also, I don't remember if they showed horror movies. I know they showed movies, but it was Up All Night with somebody. I can't remember who it was.
Wow. Dave, I didn't know this. He was at the funeral. It is true. Jerry G. Bishop, the original Svengoolie, passed away, I think about 10 years ago now. I didn't know he was at the funeral of him in Madison Street in Chicago. Gilbert Gottfried.
Yeah, Gilbert was one of them, but there was another one. She was blonde.
Up All Night with Gilbert Gottfried and...
Gilbert Gottfried actually was a good friend.
Up All Night with Rhonda something?
Yeah. Gilbert Gottfried actually was a good friend of Svengoolie's. He actually appeared a few times on the show.
She came across as an airhead, honestly. She came across as an airhead.
She was
blonde. She had very blonde, curly hair. She was Rhonda Shear. Yes, Rhonda Shear. That's who it was.
Rhonda Shear. Okay.
Yes.
Now
I can see her. I just couldn't remember the name.
Now
my dad.
Go ahead, Joe.
Brad says, "Don't most blondes." My dad has a joke about blondes. For me, he says that I'm Filipinos are worse than the blondes because everything goes over my head, and I can't disagree.
Joe, I'm going to show you something because you said you remember Elvira. Well,
yes.
Let me show you guys something because I'll tell you this. I've actually met briefly Elvira, and I actually have the picture to prove it along with Svengoolie. Here it is.
Yay! Oh,
that is awesome.
Two famous
horror legends. It is so hard to believe that now she is in her 60s and she does not look it at all.
Oh my God! Yeah, my dad had said that when we saw her. This is actually an old picture from 2009. So I remember even then we saw her and we couldn't believe how she looked. And my dad and I were like, I think she could actually be a vampire because she just still looks so good.
She probably is a vampire. They say that some people are in the world, like the people that believe in vampires.
Yep. But she was awesome. It was awesome to see both of them together. That was just fantastic.
That was cool.
And if she was out of costume, you'd never know it was her.
No, you don't even recognize her when she's out of because she actually has red hair.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's a good thing about celebrities, that when people recognize you as one thing, but you take off the costume and everything and walk out in public, nobody would ever know. One of the Marx Brothers was like that. The one with the big bushy mustache.
If it was that
Because
easy,
when he was not doing his skit, he would take the mustache off and just walk out in public. Not once was he ever recognized.
Oh my God,
Um,
Emily, if
Groucho, I think it was.
yeah, I think it was Groucho. Yeah, Emily, if we were able to get Elvira on, I would love to see that happen. That would be awesome. We actually did try one time getting Svengoolie on as a guest, but he got back to me. I'm friends with him on Facebook, so he actually got back to me. And sadly, as of right now, he doesn't do podcasts. So as much as he was flattered for the offer, he just doesn't do it. So he doesn't really do that many interviews.
Sammy Terry Jr. we might be able to get, but not the original Sammy Terry.
I'm actually going to look for, because fortunately I was able to save this. Let me find that. I'm actually looking for that clip of when I was briefly on his show. Where the hell is that? Hopefully the sound works when I get
Speaking of which, I need to put out our next link.
it. Okay.
What show are you on?
Which one haven't I used already?
Where the hell is it?
Oh, I need to put this one out. I know Emily said not to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Oh my God. Your comments again. Damn it.
I told you I was putting out a link, Nick.
Oh wait, I think I found what I was looking for. Here's that.
That is the YouTube channel for Supernatural Talk. So please subscribe to that one.
You haven't posted your OnlyFans link, Jeremy. That's just never going to happen.
We still need to do the page for the paranormal, like you said.
Yeah. Dave. Oh, yes. Dave, yes. I'm sorry I didn't see your message at first. I did see it, but that was when I was showing the page. Did you guys know that they're reopening the mental hospital in Peoria for ghost hunters? I wonder if Dawn knows. Not my friend Dawn. The other Dawn knows about this yet because she lives in Peoria.
Let's see. Okay. This one here, definitely everybody, please check out because this event is happening next week. That
Here goes the comments.
Given Tree. And let me find the event.
So let's talk about that event.
Jeremy could pass as a Kurt Russell Snakesville character.
Robert, you are not the first one to say something like that.
Kurt Russell. Snake.
Yeah. Brad's been talking about that too.
I love Robert sometimes. He's just awesome.
Here it is.
So the event for the Paranormal Giving Tree, that's next week?
Yeah.
Here is the Eventbrite page for it.
Let
me know if that works.
I think you can also pass as Mankind McFoley.
I've been getting that for years.
That's where we were just before it closed for the Kids Care event around 2001. It must be about the Peoria Mental State Hospital.
Hey, we can see him now under his name instead of Facebook user.
Yeah. Trying to get my buddy to go to the event, but he has work, sadly. Okay. No, well, he's too thin to be Mankind.
No, I'm not, Robert. No, I'm not. Trust me on that. No, I'm not. No.
That's funny.
Trust me, I am not too thin to be Mankind. Believe that. Will somebody please, this last link that I put out,
oh God,
will somebody click on that and let me know if that works or not?
Yeah, we can't click on it from here, huh?
Mankind was one of my favorites. Jeez.
I
Dave said he can't.
no.
Oh wait, Brad said it
Actually,
works.
it does. Hang on. Here we go. Let's try
Emily
this.
said it goes to the page.
It goes to giving truth.
Here we go. This is what I meant to do. There it
Okay,
is.
there we go.
That's the actual Eventbrite page.
Yeah.
So, funny story about the Mankind one. I walked into a store in Carson City, Nevada, and this was right after the pandemic happened, and it was just a little mom and pop store, and there were two younger ladies that were working the counter, and they were giggling and all of that, and I had no idea what they were giggling about. And I go up there to check out, and there's like, sir, I you look so much like Mick Foley, like Cactus Jack. Really? Okay. And then I thought, okay, you know what? Bang bang. And they just lost it. I decided just bang bang. And just left it at that and walked on.
Wow, Bill here says that he keeps getting that he looks like Robert De Niro. Even his wife says so.
I'm okay with that.
But yeah, I get Mick Foley. I get recently now because of this damn eye patch, the Kurt Russell. I got a baseball player named Johnny Damon. I would get him a lot.
So they say you look like them, like
yeah,
you could pass for them. Yeah, I was just talking about that with somebody about like your lookalikes in town or wherever. Some people insist that they saw you and it's not you, that you're like say at home, and they're insisting like, no, I saw you, so we all have some kind of lookalikes around.
How is this? I don't even know what to say about that. Do you guys know what this means, or what the hell is this?
no clue.
We're not dropping the link. No, that's not going to happen. Sorry, I don't even know who that guy is.
Backstage.
Yeah, he wants. Yeah, watch. Yeah, watch
Sam.
backstage.
Oh no, not happening. Nope.
Yeah, I think it's a spam, or
It's
even
spam.
Emily's thing. Yeah, we're not going to share the link. No, that's ridiculous. Should I? You know what? Yeah, I'll keep an eye on him. If he says anything else. Now, what's all this about Frank Zappa and Richard Petty that Bill's asking?
He had long hair.
Sounds like traffic. Okay,
Yeah.
you know what? Yeah, everyone's here saying it's like most likely a spammer.
So I'm really curious as to the Stone Cold Steve Austin references I'm going to get here in a few weeks.
Oh, are you still gonna do the haircutting event on live? Okay.
Yeah, I'm planning on it. Just don't know how I'm going to go about that. Or I may just do a regular show that night and then cut it all off on the weekend. I don't know. Because honestly, I don't think I would want to take 2 full hours of me cutting my hair and shaving my beard off. That's going to be torture to me. I just want to do it all and be done with it. Yes, Emily, I'm going completely bald, and I am donating it.
Yeah, that was our next one. With an electric shaver would be his guess, Robert said. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. So what I'm going to do is that when I start off, I'm going to take like this piece right here and take my shears and just go right along the scalp.
That's how you do it usually.
That's how I do it. Yep.
Yeah.
Because what people used to do in the past was that they would pull your hair in a ponytail and then cut it off at the
Uh-huh.
ponytail. But those people don't shave their head. They just donate it just like that and then get a
Mhm.
regular haircut. I take it all off.
You need to package it right to send for donation. It has to be put in rubber bands when when
Yes.
Wild Bill did it.
Yep.
Is
So,
that how it usually is? Is that how it usually works when you donate
so
it?
what so what I see this last one I did it myself, but the couple times, yeah, locks for love, no. I don't do locks for love. They're not, to me, they're not a good organization.
What is Locks of Love?
It's the place for you to donate your hair to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you could go Indian style, axe the scalp without taking the skin off.
No. I do have a hatchet that I could use, but no.
That sounds that sounds a little bit gruesome.
Actually, you know what? Truth be told, maybe if I did do it that way, it probably wouldn't be that much noticeable because they're cutting into my skin anyway. So they probably wouldn't be that noticeable.
It would probably hurt for a bit though.
Uh, yeah, it would. Um, but no, locks of love, I will not donate to. I donate to Wigs for Kids.
Oh my god. Emily
And,
said she's
and I even have um, like like um, like an account number or membership number with them. So all I got to do is just put my number with the hair and send it into them.
Emily said she's
That way
seen
they know
people.
who it's coming from.
Okay. Emily said she's seen people on TikTok that cut their hair with a butcher knife.
Yeah, but are they doing it at the skin?
That's the real
That's the thing.
question.
I've seen people where they would get a haircut, they would lay down on the floor and spread their hair way out, and they would take the axe and cut it there.
I love Rob. I hope you delete your browser history.
Yeah, they would cut their hair there, but that's not how I'm doing it. But no, really, when I do my hair, I'm trying to remember how long it took me to do it. It didn't take long at all, like 20 minutes total.
Oh,
So, but you have to be careful. You When you do it, you got to lay it down nice and flat, and and you got to do it every time. That way, you can grab all of it on the one end, tie it up, and then send it to them.
okay.
Because that was how the barber, the hairstylist or whatever he's called, did it in Carson City. Um, but he would charge me every time I did it. So that's why this last time I decided to do it myself.
Okay. See, Wild Bill here says I would do lives in his barber shop when people would come in to donate hair, and sometimes he would shave afterwards.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
I should cut mine too and donate it in solidarity. Solidarity is that? Would you say that's the same one that you donate to, or
I don't know.
now Cheyenne saying Locks of Love is actually for cancer victims?
So is Weights for Kids.
Okay.
But Locks of Love, no.
Oh God, no! Wild Bill said this.
They also grow out a majority of the hair that comes in, so it's just a waste.
Well, Bill said he's seen hair laid out and cut with a katana. That sounds
That
like
I have not seen.
that sounds like to me as something out of oh, what show am I thinking of?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
No, no, not that show. A much more violent show. Oh man, it's like I'm okay. Now I got to look it up because now it's like annoying the hell out of me. It's like right at the tip of my tongue. It was oh, it reminds me of The Walking Dead with Michonne because she always carries a katana with her and would slice off the head of zombies. Like usually
Yeah,
in
The
the
Walking Dead.
South,
The
like
Walking Dead.
yeah, she carried a katana and she would sometimes like kill zombies by like slicing her katana like right at the near the head region. Let's see, Dave was. You know what, Dave? I was actually going to talk to you about that at some point. Let me get a hold of you at some point real soon because he wants us to come down. He lives down in Clinton, Illinois, which is like about 2.5, 3 hours south from here. It's like in the central Illinois area.
Okay.
I should start watching Kings of Pain. You guys know what that is?
I have never heard of it.
Never heard of that either.
They come out with so many shows nowadays. It's
I
like
know.
no one will ever watch everything in their lifetime.
Time he said he was an Asian guy doing it. Oh,
Yeah.
is that even legal? You could do that with a katana, slicing people's hair off with a katana.
I
don't
think
think
they were saying that was an anime, maybe, or was that a different person?
That
With the
was
katana cutting.
that was Robert that said, but I wasn't sure what he was talking about involving anime.
I think watching the cutting with the katana.
Shine, I'm going to be doing it right here in my house.
Yeah. They rate different bites from animals and such to rate the pain. I don't get it. What?
I get it, and that is stupid.
You straight razors.
Basically, you do this show and you let animals bite you, and you got to rate it.
That's horrible.
No, that is just stupid.
It's horrible too. Oh my god! How about a machete? He's talking about cutting hair with a machete.
I don't have a machete.
I'd rather the katana because it's supposed to be like the sharpest tool, right?
Well, Biller says the katana haircut is real. He was next to him when he did it. Wow.
Yeah, in fact, the katana, they're supposed to be so sharp that you can hold a piece of paper in front of you and somebody can slice it right in half.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Man, I never knew that's how incredibly sharp they are.
Should I ask my mom if I can go grab her katana? Actually, she doesn't even know where it's at. So that way I could like show and tell because we have them here.
David, yes.
Yeah, it sounds like Jackass.
Yes.
Oh, the rating?
Yeah, all the different bites you get and you have to rate it. That definitely sounds like a Jackass episode.
Do not do this at home.
Mm-hmm.
There's already the Schmidt Pain Index from the 80s. They're updating it with more insects, fish, lizards, and such.
Oh, okay.
That's
I can see that.
insane.
It's kind of like when they test like how poisonous something is, but not that you would test it on yourself, but you know, like a rating of some sort of pain threshold maybe, or how much pain it would ensue.
This leaves me with the question: if they're expanding and updating with all these animals, I wonder if sharks are involved in this case. So the question is, if they
Emily, you might be right.
what did she say?
What Emily just said. She might be right.
So the question would be if someone got like if they were rating like how bad it would be bitten by like a shark or something. If you lose like an arm or a leg, does that mean you still have to rate the show then?
I don't know, but it's not appealing to me. That's not something that I would want to watch.
I would not do that either. I would not watch that either. Well, they said they've done piranhas. Oh my gosh, that's bad. That's really bad.
Was the person still living when they raided it?
That was my next question. Is the real question is this dude dead?
They're like, it's a number 10. He's dead.
Something like this, I can see a whole show that could be several hours long talking about shows that never should have made it on the air.
You guys remember that show? It was on Comedy Central. Did you guys ever see that show Tosh.0? Did you guys ever see that? It's Tosh.0. I mean, it doesn't air anymore, and honestly, things kind of took a bad turn. But during the earlier seasons, they would show it, and there was one segment where they did something called "Is This Dude Dead?" And it was a video of a car just speeding down the road. You're not suspecting anything first. It looks like a car is just going down high speed down the road. And all of a sudden, boom! It hits this guy on this bicycle. He literally flies up into the air. He goes up in the air, and they pause it for a moment after he gets hit by the car, and they point out to the car, "He's alive!"
Wow!
But they're like, "But we're not sure about the guy on the bike."
Yeah, I follow him still. I think he still has funny memes that he posts up.
Oh God, he's posted a link of Kings of Pain of Wikipedia. They tell you everything they have tested so far.
Oh, he's talking about that Wikipedia
link. Kings of Pain. Yeah. Well, the next episode is titled "Stinging Sharks." What the hell kind of shark stings? Faces of Death from the 70s. Wow.
Where do you find these shows, Brett?
Yeah, seriously, I really want to know where are these shows coming from?
That one's from the 70s.
Now, I do remember a show, David. It was about strange ways people have died.
Guys, get this. I cannot believe they air this on this channel. This show, Kings of Pain. Okay, so let me ask you guys quickly. Which channel would you expect a show like that to air on?
Which show?
The show called Kings of Pain. What type of show? What channel would you guys think a show like that would air on?
Outdoor.
Jeremy, what do you think?
Kings of Pain?
Kings of Pain, yeah. What channel would you think it would air on?
You know what? It wouldn't surprise me anymore if they put it on the History Channel.
You got it. They aired it on the History Channel.
Are you serious?
Yeah, you got it. You got it. It was on it airs on History Channel.
Well, Discovery is going to have Shark Week here any day now.
2 weeks from now. Yeah, no, you guys. Everybody else here.
That out, being sarcastic.
Yeah, everybody else here got it wrong. It wasn't Discovery. It wasn't Showtime. And if anyone else tried saying MTV, no, it's on the History Channel. They air this on.
Yeah, I believe it. I mean, they do battle, documentaries. So why wouldn't they have something with pain?
Oh my God!
Sure. Anything like that.
Oh my God, they've really gone to the extreme of what animals they've used.
David?
And insects.
Possibly?
Huh?
1,000 ways to die, David.
1,000 ways.
100 ways to die.
1,000 ways.
That might be the show.
I watched that.
I'm gonna describe the one that I vividly remember that they showcased, and I'm gonna apologize right now because you guys, I know exactly who you're gonna think of when I start describing this. So basically, this one particular scenario was this guy actually sitting on a toilet, and what it was.
I know this one.
What it was is that there was something happened, and with the methane gas and everything from something sparked. I don't know if it was something underneath the toilet, and no, it wasn't Elvis. But something sparked, and somewhere, I don't know exactly where, but is between that and the methane gas, the toilet exploded,
Oh my God.
and it ended up killing the guy.
I remember that one.
I'm gonna let you
I
go for it.
like the one where they wanted to make their own slip and slide, so they put this tarp
Oh,
down, and then they slid down, and then the first person that slid, they didn't check the ground, so the nail was sticking up, and so they
oh,
were good. And they show you how it would look if reenacted it, and his intestine got caught on the nail, and like by the time he got to the end of the slip and slide tarp thing, all his guts, that's all that left a trail behind.
oh my
He died
God.
instantly. It was disgusting.
Is he? It was.
I'm really sorry to bring that
I
up.
can't believe. Oh no! I got it. This leads me to that question now. Is he dead, or is he okay?
I'm pretty sure he died.
I should be laughing about that. Shut up, Nick. You're being disrespectful.
Because if your intestines are on the other side of your skin, you're pretty much done.
Yeah.
Well,
you're
it ripped
done.
him open. It ripped up that person's body.
Billy Joel has Elvis.
And that,
movement. We're not
that
talking about Rotten.com.
you know, it's the whole thing about me and stupid people. That just goes beyond the whole thing.
You want to know
So
another?
you don't watch Jackass.
Well,
Hey,
this one here just takes it to a whole nother level.
Yeah, that's what I was showing her. You know what?
Everybody knows my severe impatience with stupidity. I don't
Well,
even
that's the thing, with the I guess that's a procedure. I can't believe it. It's
So
like a
right.
medical procedure that they put.
You're right, Bill. You can't.
Let's just not talk about it. It's too gross.
Hey, you know what, Jeremy? I can give you another stupid example. And by the way, I'm sure you're not going to be surprised about this because guess what? It was another incident involving Gorilla Glue. It was.
No.
It was this. It was actually from a new employee who's working with me at the grocery store. He's still like a high school age kid, and we were joking about it. I was telling about how I joke around with it, and he told me that his friend had a bottle of Gorilla Glue, right? And he says to him like, I heard Gorilla Glue. Supposedly they say it tastes like chewing gum or something like that. And this kid, he's basically like, you know what? I'm not even going to bother. You want to be stupid? Go right ahead. So he does it. He walks away, and then not long afterwards, he starts hearing, the glue literally got stuck to his jaw, like literally in between. So he couldn't open his mouth at all. And if you could very well expect, they had to take him to the hospital, and they had to use like some type of like alcohol or something like that. And they had to put it between his lips. And literally, he said it felt like his mouth was on fire because there was that type of alcohol where it burns through like things that are like really stuck to you. And he was screaming. After that, he was like, I'm never doing that again. But it's just like, I would have been like the same way. Like, what in the hell were you thinking? I was just dumb. That's the fourth incident I've heard of someone using Gorilla Glue.
Emily, that is a great way.
I was trying to wait. Oh
If you
man.
never want to hear from another guy after a date, that is a great way to do it.
He never called back. He
Yeah.
didn't like that, Grandpa.
2000.
Okay, now I know I'm going to regret this, but I do have a glue story,
You do?
and
Okay.
it was not me personally. I saw this on a video today, actually. You know how lately now on Facebook they do these reels and where they show videos now from people's
Reels.
stories.
Mhm.
So there is this one lady. have no clue what she was doing, but in the end, it ended up being pretty funny. She starts taking just regular glue and just going up and down her
Oh
arms,
no.
onto her chest, and just rubbing everything in. I'm thinking, what the hell is she doing? And then it cuts to, I don't know, about an hour later, and she worked it to where it looks like she's got peeling skin, and that she has some sort of a disease where her skin is literally falling off of her.
Oh.
Her boyfriend or husband, whoever he is, he comes into the room, he sees her, and she's like, like this, and he starts panicking. He starts panicking, and she starts
Oh.
peeling the glue off
Oh.
of her skin, and eventually he faints. He faints and falls down.
So
Yeah,
that still had to been painful as hell.
Brad seen it.
Oh my god.
And I look at that and I'm thinking, what in the hell are you doing? And it's one of those things that
I
he
saw it
had
on
a phone
TikTok.
in his hand, and he's trying. I don't know if he's trying to call for help or what, but eventually she peels the piece off of her chest, and it's almost like he jumps and falls down.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, like I've said this before, but yeah, Brad, Elmer's glue is good for that. I
You're
mean,
supposed to
seriously,
you're supposed to just do it on your palm and
yeah.
peel it, and then not
No,
your entire
she did
body.
it on her arms, her chest.
It's like half
Um,
the body.
I don't remember if she put any on her face or not.
What was what was her goal? Like her husband was gonna come in and she's gonna be like, "Hi, honey, peel my
Freak,
skin off
freak
with
him out.
peel the glue off." Like, what was going on?
Freak him out.
I'm just
Yeah.
glad that it wasn't.
That was the whole point. She just wanted to freak him out.
Oh, it worked. He passed out.
I'm just glad that
It
they
was
weren't.
all right. And I have to admit, when he fainted, I got to admit, I laughed. I did.
Well, see,
Okay, I'm
she's
just glad
lucky.
that. Go ahead, Jill. Sorry.
She's lucky that she was already married to him, because otherwise that would have been like that first date Emily had. He wouldn't have called
What?
back.
I don't
Okay,
know.
this girl's too freaky. She wants me to peel her skin off, but
Yeah.
it's new.
Mhm.
I mean, seriously, I'm just glad that again she wasn't using Gorilla Glue because that probably would have been had a very
No, Gorilla Glue
different
would have been a
effect.
bad one for
That
her.
would have
She
been
definitely would have. Yeah, she
Well-
definitely would have needed help after that one.
So I'm just going to say this basically because in regards to these incidents, like the two cases of people putting Gorilla Glue in their hair, the one putting the cup on his face, and now this one. I mean, seriously, if you really think that it's okay to put glue in your hair or glue on a cup and stick it to your head, or like put glue and stick it in your mouth, and not think shit's going to happen to you, I mean, you get what you get basically. Just put glue on a cup and stick it to your face or stick it in your mouth.
I would say they deserve it.
I don't feel sorry for him. That's why I'm laughing
No.
about it. That's why I think it's funny because it's like, how stupid could you be?
Yeah. And, just thinking about it, I'm like, I used to tolerate people being stupid. I used to tolerate it. But after being at my work for as long as I was, the tolerance just went away. And now it's like, it's nothing for me to look at somebody's like, that's stupid, right? No, but it'll be fun. It's
No, it's just plain dumb. And
Yeah.
we actually do sell some of the Gorilla Glue in the store, and I've yet to have had someone ask me where that is. But I've already promised myself, if anyone ever asks
right,
me,
Emily.
if when you get older, you don't tolerate anything. That is so true. But one thing I already promised myself is that if anybody ever asks me where Gorilla Glue is, that I'm just gonna have to have no choice but to kind of laugh, like, well, what do you need that Gorilla Glue for, sir? Like, why don't you use something different, like Elmer's glue?
Yeah.
That's just like you get kind of suspicious immediately in this day and age.
I think I've only bought one thing of Gorilla Glue ever. And I remember we were using that and I remember we were using that to put something back together, something wooden. I don't remember if it was like a desk drawer or what. And then I never used it again. And after years and years and years and years, when when I was going through everything in the house after I came home from the hospital, I was going through everything.
Oh my God, you got it.
I was going through everything, and I found it wasn't the size that she's got. It was a very small thing of Gorilla Glue, and the glue had hardened up.
Sorry, Jerry. Keep going. Keep going. I'm sorry.
I saw that, and the Gorilla Glue thing had hardened up, so I just tossed it.
Wow. Yeah, I heard it does dry up very quickly. So, um, I'm sorry. That was damn funny. I always, my dad actually had a bottle of Gorilla Glue for the longest time, but I think he might have taken it to the other house. So I would have gone up downstairs to go grab it, but I always joke around with it all the time. Like I always have to ask, saying, "Have you ever used it for hair gel?" I heard it works really well, and I always sometimes answer saying, "Yeah, well, there was a lady that did it. She's
The
famous,
lady
but."
that did,
Well, no, actually, no. Someone said that, saying there was a lady who did it. She's famous,
yeah,
and then I usually would say, "Well, she's infamous.
that made national headlines.
She's the reason why there's warning labels on it." We can't hear you, Joe.
It begs the question: what in the hell is going through your mind to make you think, "Well, I'm going to put Gorilla Glue in my hair"?
Yeah. No, I was wondering if she did it by accident or on purpose. Like, did she think it was gel?
So what happened was, from what I remember hearing from the story, was she was, I guess she had a couple kids of her own, and so her oldest son, she had her car. I mean, he had her car. So when she went to go use like the usual hair gel, she found out that there was none left, and she found the bottle of Gorilla Glue spray. So she thought that was the closest thing that she could use, that she would just put it in her hair and then go to wherever she needed to go because she was in a rush, and then come back and get rid of it. So she tries washing it. Of course, it's not coming off, and they're using like different types of oil at that point. She's washing like 15 times. They're using like cooking oil, all this stuff. So if you've seen the video, that's actually the reason why her hair looks so shiny, because of all the different oil. And then she finally told her mom, saying like, "Mom, this is not coming out. This is not coming out." It doesn't matter. It was called Gorilla Glue. You don't put it in your hair regardless.
It's probably worse than bubble gum. Have you guys gotten gum in your hair before? That sucks.
That may have happened to me once when I was younger. But at least you can wash that out. With Gorilla Glue, you can't.
Yeah, it just tires me out just thinking about this stuff.
See, and while Bill makes a good point saying he uses Elmer's glue, because there was one person that once said to me, "You should just do a show. You should just talk about Gorilla Glue." And I'm always saying, man, if I was able to talk more about Gorilla Glue, I definitely would. But I've never actually really used it myself because, I've never really tried Gorilla Glue out. I've always used Crazy Glue and Super Glue and Elmer's Glue and Ellen's Glue, everything else except the Gorilla Glue.
You know what? I would like to see a show
Just a publicity stunt.
that is called "Can't Fix Stupid."
Yeah. You know what? That's a good title because Wild Bill said that.
And you get people who do stupid things onto the show and find out why.
Brad,
What
I don't
was
need
going
that.
through your mind to make you think that putting Gorilla Glue in your hair was a good idea?
That whole incident, believe it or not, eventually became an inspiration for an SNL skit, believe it or not. SNL did a segment on that, and they're like, as many as one people is known to fall victim to using Gorilla Glue.
You would think that she'd be like on their commercial, or like how Subway, they pick somebody to
Yeah, when
do
they
on the commercial.
what they said, yeah, what happened, what eventually happened with her, she had to be like, she lived like I think she lived down in Louisiana, and they had to take her. They tried taking her to the hospital, obviously, but they had no way to do it. So they actually ended up sending her out to UCLA Hospital to go through like this entire like surgical procedure. And at one point, one of the things they did was they cut off her ponytail. And the weird thing was, the outside of it was still like stuck with the glue, but the inside, like the hair was fine. So it was just like the outer area of the hair was like actually glued. And so she had to go through this whole procedure. They had to put like all these liquids that could actually like take it off. So contrary to popular belief, she's not bald. They just use they cut a lot of her hair off, but they use some type of liquids to get rid of it. And well, she's still having problems to this day. They said she can never use chemicals in her hair anymore because they say parts of her hair is still falling out. And they even said some areas of her head, her hair will never grow again.
Wow.
Yeah. Even like say the perm chemicals, color dyes. I remember some of the girls would come in to the shop, like a retail store I worked at, that we sold that stuff to, and they were like, my hair keeps falling out, like after they did their treatment. And I'm like, well, how long did you do it for? Did you read the directions? And they did it for like 3 times longer than they're supposed to, so their hair just keeps falling out every time you touch it, even though the process is already done. It's already damaged.
I think she did try suing the Gorilla Glue company. Yeah,
this is what I'm talking about. The vial of Gorilla Glue that I had.
The original glue.
Yeah, that's what I had. Brad just sent me a picture of that. That's the one that I had.
Now, very quickly, the other 2 incidents that occurred were even more ridiculous. The second one was like the same situation. It was another person, and I'm not trying to make fun of him. I think it was like a trans. I think. I wasn't sure what did Brett send?
No, she's.
Well, oh no, he sent me something too. Should I be scared?
No, it's nothing scary. It's remember that thing I was telling you about the woman with the glue and rubbing it on her skin?
Yeah.
Apparently, Brad's daughter recreated that.
Oh my God! Yes, there they are. I see them. Oh, damn it, Brad! Seriously. Please tell me those are fake wounds.
Yeah.
I really hope so. Yeah, so really quickly, the other 2 incidents was like, I think it was like a trans person who decided to do the same thing, like put Gorilla Glue in his or her hair.
Okay.
And and he too ended up going to the hospital, but the doctors were
I didn't even see the one with the neck.
They were like, we're not sure what to do here. They gave like some type of liquid to this person, and even on the way to the hospital, she had to pull over because she was having a panic attack, I guess. And again, at this point, I'm watching. I'm like, you know what? I'm not even laughing. I'm not even gonna feel bad for this person. Like, what what the hell were you thinking? It was another stupid decision. And then the other incident, and this was actually in response to the first incident. It was another incident where it was in response to the first one. There was this guy who found out about the first incident with the girl putting Gorilla Glue in her hair. Am I ever going to do a Nick Ball on Ed Gein, I guess, if that's
you should, Nick.
That would be a really good one. Yeah.
That would be a multiple show.
Oh my God, that would. I know for a fact there's no way I'd be able to do one episode on that. No way. That would take a while.
I see at least 3 of them coming out of that one.
Next season.
Yeah. You know what, Jeremy? I know I said originally yesterday was going to be. Actually, just before take care, Bill.
Yeah, I went and saw part of the ending of that. So, yep.
Yeah, there's going to be a part 2, and also I found out more additional information after the show was over. So I was kind of mad that I didn't have this, ready for me. But
well, here's what you can do. Depending on how much information, do another show. And if you still got more after that, use that as a cliffhanger for people to hold on to and open season 2 with the finale of that.
I might do that. But also, in addition, I thought about this too, and this actually would probably be a good idea for the actual last episode of the show. And I actually was going to make this a separate episode, believe it or not, but do like as I would call like an idea episode. Like I already got a couple ideas for what I want to use for season 2, but does anyone have requests, places, locations, anything in particular? So I thought about maybe doing like a 40-minute show, so shorter than the average, but do it as like kind of like a Q&A show, if you will, for the season 1 finale. Dahmer is another one. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
In which, don't forget, I did briefly talk about Jeffrey Dahmer when I was going over the supposed exorcist curse.
You can do multiple shows on various serial killers.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, actually, you could probably devote 1 or even 2 seasons just on that.
I plan on not just doing haunted locations, obviously. I plan on doing basically everything. You know, eventually, I'm focusing for now just on the haunted locations, but as time goes by, I'll eventually get to like, you know, UFOs, extraterrestrials, cryptozoology, even serial killers. So I'll add.
Well, the thing about doing Ed Gein is that with what he did, also inspired
the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah, it inspired multiple horror movies and even franchises.
Mm-hmm.
Chainsaw Massacre,
Psycho, Silence of the Lambs, even.
That's what I was trying to think of. I couldn't.
Yeah.
Hannibal the Cannibal.
Dave. Oh, he mentioned he already got another one. Saddamsville Rectory. You guys heard of Saddamsville Rectory before, right?
Okay. Do a post, Nick. Do a post on your page, and ask for suggestions and ideas of what to do for your next shows, and then just pull from them which ones you want to do.
Well, let me tell Dave here, believe it or not, because again, I've known Dave now for over a decade, and he knows my homework I do with a lot of history. I actually already have a document of Saddamsville Rectory and its history and the ghost stories associated with it. So I could very well likely turn that into a slideshow. That along with Bobby Mackey's music.
Where is that at?
Saddamsville Rectory is located in Cincinnati, Ohio. It's just literally like get this. It's literally just like an hour drive away from Bobby Mackey's Music World. So pretty close to the Ohio-Kentucky border.
Okay.
I've been to Saddamsville Rectory twice. The first time was in 2015. And then we were back the following year, 2016. Now, unfortunately, as much as I definitely would highly recommend for you guys to check it out yourselves, unfortunately, Saddamsville Rectory is now closed to the public. They closed it up because the owner no longer owns it. It was featured on a few shows like Haunted Case Files, as well as also Ghost Adventures even. So the owner has left, and as a result, I don't know if it's up for sale or what, but until someone else buys it, it's no longer open to the public. But if it ever does open up again, it's a place you got to check out. It was definitely a favorite location of mine. So I'm going to give you guys a warning though on one particular part of this rectory. Although the rectory is easy to get into, there's actually a church right nearby, which I think was the Saddamsville church at one. It's still standing, but you don't want to go in there. Not because of any negative behavior, like negative activity, or if it's because like the church is falling in. It's not any of that. The church, it is literally nothing but a shell. Like there's no floor. So you try walking in, you're literally going to be stepping into space and just falling right into the abyss. So if it ever does open up, just only go to the rectory. Do not go to the church, because you will probably fall to your death. And Dave Wismer said, I was on Haunted Case Files. Yep, when we were still MPS back then.
MSP.
No, he meant MPS. That was when we were Midnight Paranormal Society, not associated with the
I was
other.
wondering if that's what he was meaning.
That's what he meant, because I was part of the team for the longest time. And again, despite its name and the initials MPS, Midnight Paranormal Society, he even got it right. MPS, Midnight Paranormal Society. It has nothing to do with that other group that stole our name from Texas. Yeah, in case you guys didn't realize, that so-called MPS team, Midnight Paranormal Society, that was stolen from us. We never. It's not a Texas chapter. They basically just decided to go on and use it without even checking, and of course, obviously, without even thinking that they were being sanctioned. I would tell them, well, I know from experience, we didn't sanction it. And we didn't approve of it either. So they just decided to go on and use it without permission. And Dave here knows what I'm talking about. So he knows I'm on the same page with them.
Oh, David, trust me, I can more than relate to you on that.
Yeah.
Trust me on that one. I can more than relate to you on that.
I can't remember his last. Oh, I'm sorry to say, it was Mike
Emily.
Cardenas.
Me and Emily.
I can't even with you anymore.
Throw chocolate at me.
I'm not touching that one.
Must bring chocolate and coffee.
That team visits his house every month. But anyways, yeah, like I said, I'm sorry to say who it was. I mean, who this is, but it was that guy, Mike Cardenas. He was the one who stole that name, for the MPS name, from us. Yeah. He's actually not only done that to us, he's stolen ideas and other things from other paranormal teams and claiming credit that it's all his, when in reality, it's not.
When you usually work.
No comment.
No, yeah, no.
I'm not touching that. I'm not touching that.
Some of you people can be so bad.
Yeah, I can tell. Especially now it's after 10 o'clock, and usually 10 o'clock and after is when all the craziness really begins, and it just gets really bad. We've been doing
this show for 3 hours.
I can't say I blame you, Brad. Well, see, for Robert, though, because he lives out in Australia, it's like the beginning of, it's got to be what, like the afternoon out there for him?
Australia? No, it should be 3 in the afternoon for him, yeah.
So you right on that, Robert?
Well, depending on where he's at. I don't know if all of Australia is in one time zone.
I think he lives in Queensland. So, yeah, I'm not sure how their time zone works in Australia.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Speaking of time zone, I don't know where this is at.
Oh, it's 1 o'clock on Friday. It's the East Coast. Okay.
I don't know where this is at, but I heard that there is a country that actually is on the half hour.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So you know how every time zone you go 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. There's some place, I don't know where it's at. There's some place where, okay, it's 1 o'clock here, but it's 1:30 here. I've only read about it for one place. I don't know where it's at.
Robert says, because he lives out on the East Coast, it's 1 o'clock. Yeah, West Coast is 2 hours behind from where out in Australia, the West Coast.
Okay, so Australia is in 3 different time zones.
The Hoover Dam.
Iran. It's Iran.
Hoover Dam has a the line between them. So
yeah.
I think it's probably places like that where it just like borders, and so that there's an overlap. You could be standing in the same location. So if you step to the left or step to the right, you're 2 different states or time zones.
It's like South Australia, 12:40 p.m. there. Oh, wow, we already got a couple other people from Australia watching. David is also from 808 South Australia, up 12:41 Friday over there.
Okay, then I wasn't far off then.
Indiana screwed up with its split time zone. That is I hate to say it, that's true because again, once you get the halfway point of Indiana's when you have the Central and Eastern times.
Yeah.
And then Dave's saying apparently it's Iran that's the country that has that half-hour time zone, or however you described it.
It might be. I really don't remember. I just remember it was somewhere, and it's right there around in that area, Iran. But I did not know about Australia.
Indiana should all be central, as
No, it should be Eastern.
That's our time, Illinois.
Yeah.
Dave was talking. Oh wow, I didn't know this. He was using our logo till he reported it to Google, and they made it take him down. All right, good. That was the logo for MPS. I didn't know. I know he took our name, but I didn't know he took our logo.
So you have to brand it when you create something, or else someone can steal it like that?
You have to brand it, but also you kind of have to give like that kind of copyright rule.
Okay.
Yeah, because that way, because if you don't, that will just be up for grabs for anybody. I could have sworn we did manage to get that copyrighted. If I'm correct, correct me if I'm wrong on that, Dave. But even if whether it was or not, it didn't matter. Mike took it and didn't care, and just claimed that as his own. And there was actually one occasion when, like when we saw Jenny on earlier today, there was one occasion where the first time I was on her show, and I had my information, like what she wrote about me with. I wrote about, the MPS, and Jenny didn't want to tell me this while we were live. She told me afterwards that he had said, this guy that is claiming, he's part of MPS, yeah, you need to take that down. He's not part of MPS. And Jenny, after I told her the whole thing, she understood why, and she was not going to take that down. So, I commend her for that.
Yeah.
Dave here says, Iran observes Iran Standard Time, which UTC half-hour time zone. I'm not smart with this stuff. I don't know what to say.
Just another thing that we need that's going to screw people up.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just so annoyed with all these different time zones. Like it should all just be
it's
one.
5 o'clock somewhere, but hey, it's 5:30 over there.
It's 12:40 and 1 o'clock out in Australia. Yeah. So trademark. That's what I was thinking of. Trademark. Yes, it is. So it is really expensive.
Yes, it is.
We still could have done something to make sure no one stole it from us.
Yeah. Copywriting, trademarking, even when you're trying to do the LLC, that's going to cost some money.
Oh, and we did $600 minimum. Wow. See, when that whole incident occurred, I mean, we did actually one point try to approaching him saying, you are using a team name that belongs to us, and you do not have the right to use the MPS or even claim that you're a chapter of it because you didn't ask for us, permission. And and as a result, we told him, you need to take, you're gonna have to choose a different name, so you need to take it off. And obviously that didn't go so well with him. He basically just said, basically F off. So, that's when we had a problem. So it's 3:14 p.m. in New Zealand.
Yeah, so that's normal time.
Right.
That's normal time. Oh yeah, that's right. When they changed time, so they went back. That's another thing that gets me is that because they're moving in one direction while we go another. One half a year they're 14 hours ahead of us. Another half a year they're 16 hours ahead. Okay, because I remember running into that problem with Ann and Renata.
Yeah, when they were still part of it. Oh wait, filed for copyright, but doesn't know if it's worked yet for Midnight Paranormal Society. Cost over $1,200.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Jeez. Oh, it's so hard to trademark stuff. You guys are definitely right on that.
Hmm.
Oh, daylight savings is not observed in Queensland, so they're all the same all year round.
Smart people.
Yes, definitely. Much smarter than us with these time zones. So good on you guys, Robert.
They're talking about stopping the whole changing the clocks here.
I know.
I
It's for
heard
the
that they
entire
are.
country.
Yeah, I heard that they are trying to get it passed through. I think the Senate. Um, but what they want to do is put it in daylight savings year round. But at that point, I'm like, you know what? You're already screwing people on their sleep in the summertime. Even if we stayed on daylight saving in the winter, it's not going to affect people because it's already dark at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
So it's not going to make it any different if it's dark at 6 o'clock.
Right. Right.
But what it is, it's hurting people in the summertime because when they're trying to go to bed at 9 o'clock at night, it's still daylight out.
I know. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. And I even sometimes have questioned for the longest time who even had the idea of wanting to make all these different time zones.
Well, what it is that they're saying, but you get more daylight now at night. No, you don't.
No, you don't.
You still get 12 hours of daylight. When you do daylight saving, that doesn't give you 11 hours. You still have, or 13 or whatever it is. The whole point of the daylight savings thing really, I think, is all about commerce. It's all
Right.
about the money. I think that's all it is. But they say no. With daylight savings, you now have more time at night. We don't need more time at night.
It's definitely not necessary.
No. Um,
Yeah, I think they're going to do away with it. They're just trying to get through the loopholes of trying to change that.
yeah, I think it. Thank you, Cheyenne.
Thank you, Cheyenne.
And and I think that is one of the very few things that Benjamin Franklin got wrong.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Because for those who don't know, Benjamin Franklin is the one who came up with the idea of doing daylight savings, and that's wrong.
We'll ask him about that on the next Ghost Box.
I should have suggested that when he did that
Why
show.
didn't you say anything?
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about it. The only question that I had in mind is asking him, "Are you proud of what this country has become, or are you ashamed of what this country has become?"
That I would like to know more than anything. Was that before or after his kite lightning trick?
I have no idea, but it
I
wouldn't
don't know.
surprise me if it was after. Because if you got struck by lightning, I can understand some of the dumb things that would come after that.
You know, I actually had found out, and this is even dumber than what he did with that whole experiment, was that I'd found out that if he actually truly understood the power of lightning, Franklin might never have flown his kite. And over the last couple centuries, if not even more recent decades, several researchers who tried to duplicate Franklin's experiment, they were all killed. Not one of them survived. Daylight
Well,
savings was invented before we had electricity.
yep.
Yeah.
Well, we've been doing this show now for almost 2.5 hours.
I think we've passed the time, right?
Yes.
You were nowhere. I will say this: we did manage to make it to the halfway of the longest show that we did last Friday, 6 hours.
You can't top that.
There's no way. We were joking.
We are not talking.
Actually, I thought it was one of the best discussions because you guys had covered so many broad areas that even politics, you managed to do that. So you kept your viewers on and intrigued on all the different discussions that you had that night. So although it was your lengthiest, podcast, it was actually the most interesting.
I could not believe that even after 6 hours, we still had 10 viewers.
Oh my God, that was incredible.
Yeah.
And even when we were ending the show, there were still a lot of people watching.
Well, it was Linus, everybody wants to see.
Well, it was like promise of Linus that we almost never got.
We were like, show him again. We missed him last time.
Yeah.
Whenever you bring on pets.
There you go. On July 32nd, we'll have Brad on the show.
His daughter on with him, showing how to glue zombie makeup tutorials.
There we go. You can be the guinea pig. You can be the crash test dummy.
July 32nd is going to be such a special day for this. I'd love to see how July 32nd turns out.
Is it going to be on the year that they changed the time?
I don't know. Will they?
No more time zone?
No, that's
yeah.
Daylight.
No, Jill, that's July 33rd.
Next day.
They already conspired to put glitter.
Brad, we want pictures of that. We want pictures of that. And also, actually, I should either talk to his wife or his daughter about that. While he's asleep, his wife needs to have the camera on, and his daughter is doing all the glitter stuff on him and taking the video and then uploading it up onto YouTube and TikTok. And
after your glitter eye patch.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's just like, it's like if that happens, I can picture they do that, they upload it, and he wakes up like the next morning, and they're like saying, and if he goes downstairs, like, hey, have you seen what seems like everyone's been talking about you right now on the internet? He's like, wait, what are you talking about? Just go on. You just may want to check this out. Someone posted this on YouTube, and then he watches it.
1 million views.
No, 1 billion views. You're like the most watched YouTube video.
Hey, Robert, to get rid of all the white, he just needs to dim down his screen.
That's oh, yeah. You know what? I don't even know what to say about that. My face used to be always red, but now, yeah, it's pale white.
Actually, you would almost look like Dracula because you're just pale white, and then you have these blotches of red. So you would be the personification of a zombie, vampire.
You just need the cape.
I don't know why I was going to say zombie. Vampire.
Whip out your cape in the closet.
Yeah.
You know what? Are you talking about that?
That'd be the perfect thing right there.
Are you talking about that cloak that I have?
Cloak.
Okay, that's going to have to wait, actually, because my cloak... Well, no, here's what happened. The cloak, first off, because I did wear it for Halloween, obviously, last year. I wore it at... I love David's comment. An albino. Wait, hang on. Dang, Brad's get bit by one of the Twilight vampires.
Albino. He needs to get red contacts.
I don't think I can wear contacts, though, because I've never worn contacts.
You have to shimmer in the sun when you stand in the sunshine.
Put a little glitter on your face.
Well, maybe Brad's daughter can do that, because she's got the glitter.
There you go.
Or black contacts would be cool. Damn it! If only I knew how to use contacts.
You don't know how?
I've never worn contacts, so it's easy. Not easy. Oh, Tom! What's up, Tom? Always on the pale side. Okay, so what happened with the cloak was I wore it obviously, for Halloween last year because again I work at a store. It was being dragged a few times on the floor, so I had to get that washed. And that took a while. And not long after I got it washed, I bring it home, and my sister's dog is over, and she rips up part of the red fabric of the cloak. I was like so angry because it's like after all this time, I finally get it cleaned up, and now it's ripped apart again. So what we're doing now, instead of just throwing it out and getting a new one, is we're actually taking that whole fabric out and we're replacing it with actually like a much more genuine, almost shiny like fabric to it, and it
Ooh.
actually will look more vampire like than what the original one was. The only
Nice.
problem is trying to find a seamstress that we could also afford, because there's no way we're going to be able to do this on our own. Even my mom, who sews, she can't do it, so we're going to get it sent to a seamstress. But we just haven't found someone yet. But as soon as I do, eventually I'll be back as my character, the Scary Stories host.
There you go.
You pick them and you stick them in.
I'm already excited for Halloween. I know I posted that meme up about the stores already.
That was awesome.
And I was like, that's so Nick. That was him about his work. They're putting up the pumpkins.
That's right. I mean,
then I get tagged in it too.
Well, because of the clown.
I was like, when I saw that, when I walked, like as I was walking out of work, because they put it out early in the morning. What's up, Linda?
Hi, Linda.
I was just literally like, I was like, see, I mean, even the expression was funny. It's like I still couldn't even take what I was looking at. I was like the same way. I was like, oh no, it's what I think it is. You've got to be kidding me. That was just so fun. That was just so awesome. And, I've actually seen a similar meme like that, Jill, where, something involving Halloween decorations. It was a top of a picture of like an old, like a store that says free space on it. And like, I think it's like on a mall or something like that. And on the bottom, there's this picture of this guy like near a tree. He's kind of going like this. And it says, me thinking a Spirit Halloween is going to show up there.
When you posted that picture, the first thing that came to my mind was that Air Supply song.
What was that?
I Can Wait Forever.
The song I Can Wait Forever. Like we're just waiting for Halloween.
Yeah. when you posted that,
oh my God,
that line was the first thing that came to my mind. I was like, yeah.
I gotta share the screen quickly. I actually found that meme. Here it is. Yeah, here it is. This is pretty funny. Check this out.
Hi, Linda.
Right here. Bookstore goes out of business in the summer. Oh my God, there's one from The Office. Store closes in October.
Oh, yes.
I love it. That is awesome.
I mean, that's the feels you get when a building goes empty and you're like, that's going to be a Spirit store. I know it.
It's awesome because
maybe we should do a picture like that.
Yes.
Where we're looking around a corner.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
No, mine's going to be popping out of the shrub. Like the
now that I'm thinking
Nick,
about it, Nick, let's do something at Crown Point next week. Let's see if we can do some picture opportunities and
do some reenactments. We want to see those.
You got to do that. And you know what? I actually just thought of another idea, because Don and I, we were going down to. I was hanging out with him a few days ago, and let's all wear eye patches.
I'm never going to live this eye patch thing.
Don and I, we were grabbing some. I think we were heading to like a Culver's like during the day, and as we're heading to Culver's, there's this like grocery store that's been closed for like several months, and it's been empty. And I almost thought to myself, you know what? I should just dress up in my cloak and do that kind of same thing and say, "Oh, it's like Spirit Halloween coming." But I'd love to do that, but I need to get the damn cloak fixed up. So we're just trying to find a damn seamstress. Oh, you guys! Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's only a U.S. thing. They need a Spirit Halloween store in Australia. I think it's just usually just in the United States. I don't think they've made them available.
How sad.
I've been praying almost every day that there needs to be Spirit Halloween in other countries. It should not just be us.
Yeah, we all celebrate.
Yeah, watch out for the Bigfoots at Crown Points.
Oh.
Nick,
take a picture.
Nick, picture the caption with house gets abandoned time for the roaches. No, that's not going to happen.
Okay. I get it. Everybody loves this eye patch on me. I don't. I really don't. I want to get rid of it. But I'm stuck with it for I don't know how much longer.
George! Oh my God! George
Hey,
Shepard's on.
you. Haven't seen you in a while.
Long time no see, man. People must know to bring a podcast 3 hours is crazy, but you guys
You
know
should
what it
have seen
takes
us
a positive
Friday night.
But is that a compliment?
George, let me tell you something right now.
Should have
It's too
seen us
bad.
Friday night.
Yeah, it's too bad you didn't watch the 13th Dimension on last Friday night. Because, well, Jeremy, since
Yeah.
you're the actual host of that show, why don't you tell George how long we went
Yes.
on?
We
for
were
Friday
on
night?
for 6 hours and
Epic.
16 minutes, and I don't know how many.
Thank you, George.
It's a compliment, George said.
And
You're
I
just too nice.
tried for like 2 hours to end the show.
He's like, I can't hurt her feelings. It's her first time on.
Yeah, George.
It's okay.
Yeah, we put it this way, George. We started the show at 7 p.m. and we literally went on until 1 o'clock in the morning.
Well, me and Brad were trying to keep you guys on longer because Brad was like, I got 4 more hours of work to do. You guys gotta keep me awake.
That ain't my problem.
And Jeremy's like, no, I'm gonna go pass out right now.
I tried so hard, and I was lucky to get us to stop the show at 6 hours.
I love, check what Dave said, a long time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what do you mean we wouldn't go past? We did go past 6 hours. We went past 6 hours by 16 minutes.
So when does Facebook kick you off? What's the time limit?
There is no time limit.
Really?
8 hours.
8 hour, like a
Oh,
live
yeah.
broadcast.
Oh,
like
StreamYard?
Oh, is
Yeah,
it?
you can stay
Oh,
online for
stream.
8 hours. And then I think they automatically cut you off and you have to start up again.
Then you gotta rebroadcast. Okay.
I'm not going to show this, but Robert sent me a message here and said, here's a replacement for Jerry's eye patch, the bombs. I'm going to have to show that to you. He said, here's a replacement for his eye patch, the bombs. But I'll have to show it to you after the show.
Oh,
it's
Well,
kind of messed up.
You could wear the Phantom
David,
of the Opera mask.
am I gonna like you or hate you after this?
So you had 2 more hours you could have been on.
You know, we should have cosplayed. We could have had our masks on. You could have had your cape on or your cloak if you had it.
Oh, speaking of which, guys, I actually just got this just came in just a few days ago. I got a brand new Scary Stories tribute book. And this is actually based off of a website I've been a huge fan. This is actually based off of a website I've been a huge fan of for 10 years. Dave, you're probably going to remember this because I used to talk about it all the time. It's volume 1 of a book called Chilling Tales for Dark Night. And I haven't read it yet, but it's once again Scary Stories theme. It has it pays homage to the illustrations of Stephen Gamble.
Nick, that reminds me. What was the date that you were planning on starting to release the audio book?
I'm working on it right now. It went a little bit further back than I expected, but now I'm starting with one of the other struggles I'm dealing with right now is, and I'm not going to name who it is, but the next story that's after yours, they haven't recorded it yet. Now I understand, this person has a lot of, has a very busy schedule. I'm going to have to tell her, look, you got to either you do this or don't do this, because right after I release Jeremy's, yours is next in the book, because I'm doing this all chapterly order.
Okay.
So I may
just give it to someone else.
Exactly. I'm just going to send them one more message and say, are you sure you really want to do this? Because it's like, I don't mean to rush you, but I got a lot of people waiting for me right now. Either they're waiting to have these audiobooks released, and I can't move forward until you record it. And if you don't do it,
do what I did when I was doing my music videos. give it to someone else, and then whoever turns it in first, they're the ones that get the credit.
Well, I got two other choices that I know would be more than happy to do so. Because, like I said, one
Yeah,
of them one of them
just
is
go ahead and send in the message. Say,
yeah.
hey.
Well,
Just
here's the other two
do it that
choices.
way.
I can either get Matt Grant, because I know Matt was interested. I know he had to. Unfortunately, I didn't hear from him for a while, but now he's starting to respond back. So Matt Grant could be a possibility, and then the other would actually be, and I know we spoke to her about it, is Clarissa. It sounded like she was interested in doing it. So one of the two.
Yeah, because when I was doing my music videos, I would be waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and finally I was like, okay, screw this. I went to the next person that was wanting to do one. They turned it in, and then for the first video, when I finally released it, 2 days after that, the one person I was waiting on finally sends me their video.
Brad, it's not Greg. Yeah, Brad, it's not Greg. It's somebody else. Greg, he still has time to record his. He's actually near the end of the book, so I'm not terribly concerned for his story yet. It's just the beginning of recording the others. Tom is also another one of the others who's now participating, because I told you, one of my participants for some reason blocked me, which I didn't understand. So I immediately went to Tom and told him about it. So, okay, so he says he's recorded his 2 times. It keeps getting weird background noises. Tom, my question for you is: have you been recording in a quiet area?
I'll be right back for just a minute. Okay.
But yeah, with this book here, though, I mean, as much as I'd love to, probably make an audiobook series out of this, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to, because these stories are even longer, like 10 pages, if not even more. So, but it has similar illustrations, very much like Nightmare Soup and Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. They're using that same kind of artwork almost. So, really good homage to Stephen Gamble's artwork.
It's kind of making me wanting to do another music video.
Is it something involving scary stories?
No, music video where I had people come in and sing one line.
Yeah.
Kind of. I'd like to do another one soon.
Tried the bedroom and bathroom. Okay. Well, oh wait, no, that's not going to work. I was going to say, if he wanted to come out this Saturday and just record it there, I mean, over in my house, that should be fine. But I forgot we got Parapalooza coming up this Saturday, so which, Tom, I got to talk to you about that after the show. We got another Parapalooza. It's a local Paracon we got coming up. It's only a 1-day event, though. Dave Wismer also messaged me, by the way. I thought I should let you know about this, Jeremy. He said that if we ever do come down to his house down in Clinton, he said I should bring you down with, too. I think he said you would like it.
What?
Dave Wismer. He was saying if we ever come down to Clinton, Illinois, to investigate, he invited you two to come along.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I've been to his house. I mean, it's one of those small rural farmhouses that he lives in, but the area around, there's a lot of activity that's occurred there, and also in the nearby town of Clinton, there's also a couple other haunted locations that he can get us into. So I've been down that area, and of course, in terms of like where you want to sleep and stuff, I mean, for us, we actually had to camp outside, but I'm going to assume you're probably going to look more for the hotels or motels, I assume.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of camping outside. Depending on when, might be able to make that happen, because I've got most of my weekends spoken for up to the point I have my surgery. So I do have like 3 or 4 weekends total, I think, that are free. Maybe.
One keeps going outside of noises of cascadias in the bathroom has echoes.
Okay. Oh, cicadas.
Cascadas, yeah. Or however is it. Oh, you guys have a camper now. Okay.
Yeah. So we just have to. For me personally, I may have to wait till next year. I don't know.
See, actually, I'll say this for Dave right now. I kind of would expect that. I mean, as much as I'd love for you to come out for it too, um, again, it might still be too soon because the way how I kind of pictured it was we would Dave. I'm thinking about maybe trying to head down there, possibly no guarantees, possibly down in the fall because I've been there during the summer, and because it's farmland and the forest is nearby, it gets obviously buggy a lot. You got to worry about the bugs. You got to worry about the heat, the humidity. If you go down during the fall, that's probably the best time because that's when you don't have those issues and the weather is cooled down then. And Dave also put this out, Jeremy, so you know. So you got to remember they've got 50 acres, and it used to be Native American campground, and half of them were slaughtered here on the property.
Ooh.
Yeah. So it definitely is a very
Wow.
haunted area. It's definitely a very haunted area.
A place like that. I've got my death whistle that I have.
The death whistle, or the dog. Did you say death whistle, or did you mean to say dog whistle?
Death whistle.
What's it? I've never heard of the death
Explain.
whistle.
I know
I'm pretty sure I showed you. You know what
Maybe
I'm
you
talking
did.
about?
Maybe
Is it
you
like
did.
a flute?
It's an Indian death whistle.
Yeah, they got the ghost town right in the campground next to them in the cemetery, with the cemetery.
Okay. Yeah, let's talk about this, David. I'm interested. Um,
Maybe at some point we could bring Dave on and he could explain a little bit this. I mean,
Yeah.
explain this to us. Dave, would you be interested in coming on at some point to talk about it? See what he says. Hopefully, he's got a webcam.
If
but,
you
as,
do
but
it,
as far as me actually being able to go there, probably not going to happen until next year.
Oh yeah, he's definitely interested in wanting to come on.
Okay.
All right, we'll get something set up for you then.
Yeah.
I can help with remote views from California. Just I can't come.
Just throwing that out there.
Jill, I gotta ask you, Jill, because you were talking earlier, by the way, about like the missions, like the haunted missions in that area. There's one in particular that I gotta ask because I remember seeing this on an old paranormal show. It's about 20 years ago. It was actually on the show Scariest Places on Earth. Are you familiar with the mission called La Purísima Mission? You know that one?
Was it on a documentary? Because I probably have seen.
It was on Scariest Places on Earth. That was like 20 years ago. Yeah.
One of my favorite shows, but I haven't been there. What was your question about it?
No, I just wanted to know if you knew what that place, if you were familiar with it.
But I haven't been at any of the missions actually, so that's definitely something I'd like to look into.
I gotta admit that's awesome that you remember that show, Scariest Places on Earth, because that was literally one of my first paranormal shows I saw as a young kid, and well, unfortunately, I discovered that some of the things that happened in that show, was unfortunately not true. Like not everything they recorded was actually paranormal. Some of it was fabricated and whatnot, but it was still. That didn't mean it was like that for every episode. There was real activity captured, and and even with some of the fake stuff that went on, or the stuff that had been found out to be fabricated, it still was good to watch because it still made kind of a good scare for people.
Yeah, I'm kind of like you where I like the locations and the histories of it because of all that land, all those locations, buildings, they have such a past, such a history, and those seem to always be the areas that get affected the most.
Right. Dave, the new building they've got now is 3 stories, and top's part of the building used the Odd Fellows Lodge in their building with their parts and props are still up there. Wow. This I gotta see. There's been a lot of changes since the last time I've been out in Clinton. Death whistle was used for ceremonies. Oh, and Linda put a YouTube on it.
So the death whistle was used a very, very long time ago. What they did the original use of these death whistles. Let's say you got 100 of them together, 100 death whistles. You all blow into them all at the same time,
Mhm.
and it will sound like you have a stampede of over 1,000 coming at you.
Okay.
Wow.
So these whistles were used more as a scare battle tactic, not necessarily for any kind of celebration or anything like that. It was
Mhm.
to legitimately place fear into who you were up against.
Mhm.
Wow.
To make it sound like it's a stampede coming against you, like a whole army when there's only like 10 people.
Yes. Yeah.
Mhm. Makes sense.
So let's say you get 10 people to do it.
Mhm.
You're gonna sound like you got 10 more, 10
Yeah,
10 times as much.
Sounds
definitely
like it was
effective.
used.
Yeah.
Sounds like it was used for war, as Linda said.
Yeah, for
Exactly,
battle,
Linda.
for, like
Exactly.
to trick your enemy.
Hmm.
Now this right here, this Dave was talking more about his location. They got books there from the 1800s from the Oddfellows.
Nice.
That's awesome. So today it must be used for ceremonies.
Yeah, probably like demonstrations or something like that.
Mhm.
I did see a video like that, but I was able to find another video where there was a demonstration where they had a whole bunch of them together and showed what it sounds like. Um, it is definitely not a sound that you want coming your way.
I swear my ex sounds like a death whistle every time she talks.
He talks about his ex-wife a lot.
He really
Oh, I was gonna
does.
say, you sound like my ex-husband. He's always got his jokes about me. His ringtone is one of those like horror movies, and I don't mind. He played it. I came in one time and he goes, "Look at my ringtone for you," and then he plays the song, and I'm like, "I actually like that movie. Thank you."
What movie was it? You're muted. I don't know if you
Yeah,
heard the answer or
I
not.
I couldn't think
David,
of
are we friends on Facebook?
I know I am because I've known
who.
him for over 10
Yeah.
years.
Oh,
If not, send me a friend request.
Psycho. You know what?
Psycho. No.
I'm gonna get it wrong, but it's definitely one of the classics.
What is it? What is the plot for it
There are
again?
so many classics now, Jill.
Classic horror.
Dave says that he is friends with you, Jeremy.
Okay. Yeah, so just hit me up. We'll go from there.
It might be Psycho Brad.
The Imperial parts from Star Wars. I don't think it's that. I don't think it has anything to do with Star Wars. I will tell you this,
Yeah.
though. I mean, I will say this. You know, all this talk that I said previously about my scary stories character, I actually did partially base part of it on the Emperor of Star Wars. Oh, find me on TikTok. He did a video of the new building today. The building he was talking about.
Is it on Facebook though? Because I don't have TikTok yet.
I don't have TikTok either.
Like I was telling the kids, like, should I get a TikTok, you guys? And then we could do all those little dance things in the living room. And they're like, no,
Well,
please,
I
no.
just tell you what, I was dead set against getting TikTok for the longest time, and finally I caved in and did it.
There are
And
just my god.
the thing about with TikTok is that people find that one thing and they do it over and over and over and over and over and over. I
What
don't like it.
the government plans on banning TikTok? Why?
TikTok.
Is it spyware? Maybe.
They were concerned about TikTok and the spyware and everything because it originated from China,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
and they were there were a lot of real fears about China using TikTok as a way of getting information from people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, now TikTok has since been sold to an American company, where they have taken over, at least last I heard. And it wasn't until after that happened where I finally signed up for TikTok.
See,
Um,
honestly, regardless of the reasons, there are just so many like what we were talking about earlier. There are so
there
many
is, but
social media.
TikTok is the biggest one right now.
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem I have with it. You got Facebook, you got Twitter, you got TikTok, you got Twitch, you got Instagram, there was Tumblr, and then Emily mentioned earlier Rumble, and then of course before that, MySpace. There's all these different sites and social media sites, and House Party, another one. All these different social media sites. I can't keep up with all of them, and
There's too
even though
many now.
there's too many,
it's hard to, but there are some where they just really stick out more so than the others, and TikTok right now is it. It is
Well,
the biggest platform right now.
well,
Is it
here's
because of
the
artists, like musicians, artists use it a lot?
Hmm.
here's
There's a lot of people that do dances. They do a lot of dancing videos. There's comedian. Um, okay, I'll have to find you. I've got like almost 1,000 followers on TikTok, and I only follow 300 and some.
so much
So
info is being collected for the
yeah,
Chinese through it.
and for me, I don't stick to doing just one thing. I do multiple things. I've told stories about my accident. I have done videos of me doing exercises. I've got videos of me singing other songs. Um, I do different things on my TikTok.
I don't mean to go back on this. I will give TikTok credit for this though. That is where the girl who put Gorilla Glue in her put it on, and she put it on TikTok. It was a TikTok video, and she told about what she did to herself.
There is somebody on TikTok. They do a sanding video.
A sanding video? What the
Yeah.
hell is that?
So basically, what it is, the
Wow.
it's it's like a sanding wheel, and you push something up against it, and it sands it down.
Oh, okay. It's like a sander almost.
Yeah. So, and somebody does that with various different items, just push it into that sander, and that's their TikTok video.
Okay.
And they have done that with wrestling figurines. Yeah.
Almost 1,000 followers on TikTok. Now that's the real number for your OnlyFans, Jeremy. We know it has to be 6 digits.
How did this OnlyFans thing come up?
That was from Emily. I doubt she's still even here, like thinking of ideas for the OnlyFans, because I haven't seen her say anything for a while.
Trust me, I am not going to be popular on OnlyFans.
Well, no, what I was going to say was earlier, like all these different social media apps and websites, like you guys said, TikTok may be the one that's standing out, but how do we not know that a few months from now, there'll be a new social media app or website and they'll say, oh, this is even bigger than TikTok is. Because of all these different sites and apps, I can't keep up with all of them, even if they're like the most popular ones. And not to mention, you would basically have to re-add, like if you got like 3,000 friends on Facebook, you would have to re-add those 3,000 people, if they have it, that is, on those apps. Like, why waste your time? Huh?
Just let them add you. Yeah. Problem solved.
Just kind of like post your link of your TikTok or whatever and just have them find you that way. Like, just put it every week.
Well, the guy that I saw supposedly was really popular on there he cuts bread with something, and then whenever the slice falls down, he has like a song that the landing of the bread falling
awesome, Dave.
hits with the beat. And he's got tons of followers for that.
They did an OnlyFans site, Asian demon site. the hell is Robert talking about? You know this, Jeremy?
No, they need one, he says.
No, I said that. I said they need it. You know what that is?
Only.
It's for Asian demons.
Oh, okay. All right. Now, this is interesting. Dave said that he's going to do Santa's story for the kids this year on TikTok, in which, ironically enough, that's kind of similar to what I'm going to be doing at the Perry Unity Con in October, which is reading the scary stories to kids.
Nice.
It's like I'm doing the Halloween stories. He's doing the Christmas stories. Daughter likes to watch slime TikTok. She wants to sell her own slime now.
She's my niece went through that phase with slime. Like, we had so much slime in this house. It was crazy. Like, all the crafting to make your own slime, just like slime everywhere. And I asked her, what do you want for Christmas? She goes, other than a Barbie doll, slime. And it's like the way they say it. They're just like so sure of themselves. Style? Yeah, like just they play with the slime. They like to feel it. And then you can make your own with glue.
Just not Gorilla Glue.
Well, Dave, what was your TikTok?
No, I just kept thinking about Ghostbusters. All this talk about slime and that kind of stuff.
Oh, Slimer.
So. Well, the ectoplasm too. Don't forget, not just Slimer.
The time I said that, you know, I think the conversation was the Ghostbusters, right?
Yeah.
The Pillsbury Dome boy.
Oh, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Oh, okay. And I was like, no, you should be Slimer, because I thought like he comes in the room and he makes everyone laugh, and he's kind of like, silly in that way. He's not scary at all.
Santa's story: big guy breaking and entering to leave presents if they are good. Rather creepy if you think about it. All he knows is when you are sleeping, and knows when you're awake. Always sounds stalkerish.
Yeah, I think I've read that story kind of in a scary voice.
My daughter doesn't even play with toys. It's all arts and crafts. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm looking at my TikTok right now. I am at 968 followers, and I'm following 370. So, yeah. Dave, what is the TikTok, David?
What's your TikTok, David?
Yeah, that way I can find you.
This is going to sound absolutely insane with what I'm about to say. And Jill, you're going to get a laugh at this. I was just thinking to myself, I literally thought to myself, gee, I've noticed Jill hasn't really been watching. Oh, wait, she's on the show with us right now.
Where's my comments?
I usually expect to see her in the comments.
Someone isn't paying attention.
Oh, here's here's his name, Jeremy.
With the 1 at the end.
Like the 1.
Number 1. Swim fan 1.
I love arts and crafts. I've never done arts and crafts. I wanted to, but just never got into it.
Okay, found you.
No, that's just
I'm now following 371 people.
Yeah, there's just so much nowadays that I just can't keep up with these apps.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Oh, I was talking about Brad's comment about that she's very into her arts and crafts. My niece was a lot like that at her age, and I would just put on a table just all these crafty things, anything. They're very creative at that age, and put blank paper, and just let them at it, like paint, pencils, sketching, anything, crayons, markers. I would just whip everything out, and they would just create things. So it's a good time for them right now.
Jeremy may also want to write a self-reminder about when we do go to Crown Point Jail, so we can do those meme shots for Spirit Halloween.
Give me 3 pictures. Should I be afraid?
Are you guys going to dress up when you do these?
If I have my clothes fixed in time.
Oh.
Okay.
What did Brad sent something to you? Dave sent me a picture.
Oh, her art? Okay, I'll check.
These are really good.
Nice picture, Dave. Oh, he's got his Halloween stuff out already. Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh, this is insane. Oh, this is the art. Is that what Brad sent you to, Jeremy?
Yeah,
Whoa.
these are really good.
Wow, these are from her. These are
oh
from
my
his
gosh, you
daughters.
put me to shame. That's beautiful.
Oh my god! Wow. Wait, these are from his daughter who made them.
Can she do like a teaching tutorial
That is
video
that
that I
is
can
just
watch?
that is just
Beginners.
amazing. That is just amazing.
How to draw a
The,
tree?
the detail on the first one, the one with the
Oh
sun and the
wow.
clouds, that's really, really good.
She
My
was only
favorite-
8 years old. She was only
My
8 years
favorite
old when she
tree.
did this.
Wait, you can't see it because my camera's broken.
That's what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah,
that
That's
one
that's
is
what I'm looking
favorite.
at. Yeah.
That's gorgeous.
Someone was asking earlier, Jill, about why part of your camera was kind of foggy looking. So it's because it's broken.
Yeah, I can't really speak on it too much, but the camera's damaged somehow.
Well, at least it's working.
It's a 10-year-old's laptop, so I'm just lucky to even have access right now.
Oh man, that thing is
Wow.
ancient.
That's an ancient thing.
No. She's 10.
Well,
Oh, I thought you
fact
said
that-
it. Oh, it's a 10-year-old's laptop.
Yeah.
Okay.
So-
I was gonna say, well, I was still in high school 10 years ago.
Yeah, I thought you were saying that the laptop was 10 years.
No.
Yeah, she was only 8
And I'm
years old when she
thinking,
did
how are
these.
you on this thing now?
Does she
How-
Zentangle?
She's Centangle. Oh, is that a craft?
Bring you posters to Mansfield of that tree one.
Nice.
It's a 10-year-old. It's not a 10-year-old computer.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there's going to be damages. And so I'm like, well, you can kind of see me like right here. And then my brother even came down and was like, Jill, he has me on the phone from YouTube, I guess. And he's like, they can't see you very well. I was just like, it's all I got right now.
Oh, she's even done some anime ones.
Oh, I'd love to see her anime ones.
That's awesome. You know,
I
I'm
was
serious.
watching some anime.
Sorry,
What's
go
her
ahead, Jill.
Yeah.
What's her favorite anime? What did she draw? Like, what is she into?
Zentangle.com. That's what it is.
Like what she said at the beginning of the show, and even before then, it gives her that ghostly look.
It kind of
Wow.
does.
Like I'm
Perfect
floating.
with the name of the show.
If I go down really low, then it's like I disappear.
It's kind of cool, actually.
Hey.
You know,
I'm not really alive.
I have to
Wow.
admit, her drawings that she's done, that is the art of a true gifted
Yeah.
a true gifted
Jeez.
artist. Oh,
Okay, thank you, Linda.
She's putting everything I don't like in this picture.
I got it too.
She's putting everything I don't like in this picture. Starbucks, eye patch.
Aw, how cute.
It's anime style too.
It is.
That is so cute, you guys. Oh my
I like the
God.
horns though.
Yeah. The what?
That is she's so
Yeah.
good.
And she's got a lot of hair. I love a lot of hair. I like that.
I love it. Like she's got fangs and
And
the
the
Starbucks.
The Starbucks.
Oh my goodness.
I actually didn't notice that was Starbucks at first. I thought it was I thought she was
Wait.
drinking a root beer or Coca-Cola or
That
chocolate
makes
milk
me
even.
think of Phoenix from the X-Men.
She will watch tutorials on TikTok and YouTube
Oh.
and just draw.
What's her name? Jenna?
I don't know his daughter's name.
Cyclops' girlfriend.
Jill, Linda thought because of the camera look, she thought he had high humidity.
Yeah.
No.
It's the only one I can use tonight.
She will even draw his wife's tattoo. Wow.
That's good. She might.
That's
She's
good.
definitely an artist.
Jean Grey, yes.
Gray.
There you
Jean
go,
Grey.
Jean Grey. Let's not even go there. The Phoenix.
The
Mhm.
thoughts
Let's
of
not
you,
even start talking about it.
the thoughts about you with lots of hair on someone else is somewhat disturbing, Jeremy.
What? The thoughts about you with lots of hair on someone else?
I,
Oh,
I,
donation.
I just like long hair. I really do.
Wait, I'm confused.
Oh
Over
wait,
Now-
here.
Now, speaking of Phoenix, wait a minute.
Hang on, I got another picture too. Oh, it's the tattoo that
Oh.
of what he was talking about. Yeah.
Now, speaking of Phoenix, I mentioned this earlier in the show. So my new a cappella album I'm currently working on. I am almost halfway done with it. It is called Phoenix,
Oh.
and yeah, that was actually the name given to me by Sarai Richardson because she described me as a phoenix, and I thought, that would actually work really, really well with what I'm going to be doing with this one. And I did record. It was the first one I recorded, The Hills Have Eyes, the one that I talked about.
It's not the movie though. It's not based on the movie.
The movie. The lyric that I wrote about desolation out there in Nevada,
Okay.
the way that I described that highway. And just singing it gave me the chills. I can't wait to put this one out.
Nice.
Almost halfway done with it. Now I just gotta figure out what the rest of the songs are gonna be.
Robert, what he said in response to, by the way, he's like, Aussie humor, not everyone's cup of tea. That was in response to the whole thing of what he was saying about the hair situation with Jeremy.
Is this Baby Yoda?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. I actually didn't see that movie. So
Neither have I. I've not seen. Not that I don't want to, just haven't had time
Yeah.
for it.
That
seen it yet.
what is its name?
I actually don't
Everybody
know.
always calls it Grogu. Yes.
Grogu.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's the name of that.
okay.
As far as I know, there has never been a name put to Yoda's species.
Did you get 3
Um,
more pictures, Jeremy? I just got 3 more from Brad.
Um,
Oh, what the
Yeah.
Dragon
hell?
Ball.
Send me 4.
Dragon Ball Z. And Slimer?
Cupcake.
oh, okay.
Oh, it's the ghost from Super
No,
Mario.
that's not
the booze.
Slimer.
That's the
yes.
booze from Super Mario.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, she even made one of Goku from Dragon Ball Z as a super form, the Super Saiyan super form. That is awesome. A kid her age, who would have guessed she would have known
I have
Dragon
a
Ball
request.
Z?
I like Demon Slayer. Can she do a character from Demon Slayer? The brother or sister? If she watches anime, she'll know.
The animes I'm into, I mean, I'm not hugely into it, but I got a few of my own.
Hi, Linda.
Oh, take care, Linda. Have a good night. The animes.
Yeah, she can really do something with this as she goes older and fine tunes everything. She can really do something big with her artwork.
Oh, you sent me a video, Dave? Let's see what that is. Oh, you sent me a video from TikTok. Hang on, let's see what this is all about. The sketch is what she says was her own Animal Crossing character. Oh, here's that response to what you were saying, Jill.
Nice.
Well, folks, I'm getting tired.
This has been a good show, though. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're
wow.
now sitting at 4 hours in this show.
Yeah. Oh, Dave sent me the video of the store that he said that's said to be haunted. Oh, they're actually operating the store too. All right, so that's pretty much one of the reasons why not only does he want us to go down, but pretty much one of the reasons how we can get into this store to investigate.
We're getting there.
It's like an antique shop.
I'll tell you that much. Most everything's
Wow, that's really cool. Yeah, Dave, You got my attention.
Sold.
Yeah, we've been going on for 4 hours. But hey, Jeremy, a reminder: we're now more than halfway to the 6-hour mark.
Yes. Oh. Well, I guess I might as well get in as many hours as I can because we're going to be going through 2 months, or at least 2 months, that I'm not doing a show at all.
Are you still going to be a part of the network, but just not on camera?
Oh, yeah. I'll still be running everything from behind the scenes, of course.
So everything.
I'll still be doing the chats and everything. I am just not getting on camera. I'm not going to be getting on the show because my mouth is going to be wired shut for 2 months. So, and trying to talk like that is not fun. Although it does give me a Scottish accent.
Yeah, I've heard it.
Yeah. Yep. You heard it.
I know from experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
he will be muting for me for the fun of it. That's funny.
But what's going to be the good thing is that everything is finally going to be set right, like it should have been in the first place. And even though it doesn't sound like it'll be a lot of fun, but I'm actually, in a way, looking forward to it. I'll be going back to a liquid diet, so yeah.
That's no fun.
At first it wasn't, and then I got used to it. And then once I started eating food, I'm like,
yeah,
miserable now that I'm eating food again.
Jeremy, you're going to learn how to be Advil like this ventriloquist. Oh my God. If only Adrian was here. Fireball diet.
Fireball diet? I don't know about Fireball.
That's some good, strong cinnamon right there.
Yeah, but here's the thing: I don't drink. I don't drink any alcohol.
And I only drink like maybe one bottle of beer, and that's it. I don't really drink a lot of alcohol either.
Yeah, so I'm just going to be doing the protein drinks. And the thing with the protein drinks is that drinking as many as I was is it actually sped up the healing process. So it'll all be good. O'Doul. Yeah, I know about O'Doul. Thought about it, but
O'Doul. What's O'Doul's?
It's non-alcoholic.
I have a funny story on that.
You go ahead, Jerry. Explain it first, and then I want to hear Jill's story.
O'Doul's is like it's alcohol without it being alcohol. Does that make sense?
It's non-alcoholic beer. So this was when I was still married to my son's dad. I wanted to get him a surprise for his birthday. And we were just going to stay home, because we had a toddler and just do dinner at home. But I went to the grocery store to get everything for dinner. And I was like, I'm going to get him a case of beer. And I go down the beer aisle and I don't know drinks. I'm sorry. Like if you take me out somewhere, I'm like, just order me whatever you think I will like, because I know nothing. So I go down there and I just pick up the first case, and the cashier didn't say anything, and I take it home and I'm like, surprise, I have a gift for you in the fridge. And then he opens it up. He just started laughing, and he's like, well, it's the thought that counts, but this is going straight to the dumpster. And I was like, I don't understand. And he goes, out of a whole beer aisle, you get the one that's non-alcoholic out of the whole aisle. Like it's a whole gigantic aisle, and I grabbed the one non-alcoholic one. So I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. So we just had to get our mixed drinks from the cabinet. It was bad.
Oh my God, Dave, you just had to bring this up. He was at my place when I had my first drink, because that was my 21st birthday. Oh my God, it's almost 10 years ago. Damn it.
Bad memories, David. Bad memories.
No, it's just that so much time has passed.
Was that your first drink too? 21?
Oh,
Me too.
no,
On my
actually, my first drink was when I was 17.
Oh.
No, I didn't go through like all the crazy parties and that kind of
Got you
stuff.
beat on that.
I was a happy drug. No, I was 17 actually because it was wine that I had. So, and considering that, I'm part. Well, I got a couple ancestral parts. One of them is being part. I'm part Italian, part Irish, part Scottish, and I also recently found out this actually, literally a few weeks ago. Turns out I'm also part. Even if it's just a very small part, I'm also part Canadian and part French. So, in association with some of those European countries, wine is often accepted even before you're 21. So that was my first drink at 17. No, 16. It was 16, not 17.
Brad, that's the power of suggestion.
It's funny to see people not drink alcoholic beer and acting drunk.
Yeah. I stopped drinking 38 years ago. Or no, 39 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, for me, in terms of like heavy drinking, I stopped doing that 5 years ago when I was 24. So I don't do that kind of stuff anymore. In fact, even when I did, it was rare for me to do that. So, it was just not worth it to me.
Yeah. I stopped drinking 39 years ago. Oh, yes, I am, Brad.
What did he say?
He
You're
said
not
I'm
that
not
old, too.
Okay,
had
okay.
20 years ago.
How old do you think I am?
So you had your first drink and last drink at 2 years old.
I think that was a little bit longer than that.
Okay. That did happen to me though, so it's kind of strange that you say that because I accidentally grabbed my mom's drink and I was so drunk. She said it was looked like orange juice, and then she's like, "Oh my god, my daughter's gonna die," because I was just like rolling around on the floor drunk, like a 2-year-old drunk.
Tom, I've never actually had pumpkin beer. You're not
Sounds
much
good.
older than me. I would say 45, Brad says.
I am 42 years old.
Yeah.
And I had my one and only drink when I was 3. I got drunk
By
At
accident.
3.
when
You
I was 3.
serious? Oh
Yes.
my
Yeah.
God.
My dad used to drink, and he had just opened up a can and had sat down to watch TV, and then he got up to do something. When he came back, the can was gone.
Oh no.
He thought maybe my mom had picked it up to keep me from getting it. She had no idea. Then they heard me giggling behind the couch.
Oh God.
They came to the couch, found me, and I had drank the entire can, and it took effect on me immediately.
Yeah.
Apparently, I
As a
was a happy
puppy.
drunk too.
I was the same. I had the same experience, except it wasn't beer. It was something delicious. It was like orange juice. It was good. What do
Oh,
they call
God.
those? Mimosas or
Good
something?
driver?
Mimosas or something. And so my mom said she was so mad at her friends that were over because she's like, I have a toddler. You can't just leave your drink on the table. Jill's gonna drink it. And I was drunk, like you.
So
Yeah.
your parents never got to say after when you grew up saying you had your first drink and they were never like, I'm proud of you, son. You did it.
I don't know if Dad ever said that to me. But they never let me live that story down, and that was the only time I've ever drank. And honestly, I have never had any aspiration to drink since. Never cared to, because I've seen what it does to other people, and I don't want to. I don't want that to happen to me. So I just don't drink.
What? I don't get what Tom's saying. Screwdriver.
Yeah,
Screwdriver?
that's orange juice and
A
vodka.
drink that I
Okay.
had.
Found a bottle of port at age 7 in the cupboard. Wow. Brad says his hometown is 9 bars on one block.
That's how
That is
it is in Crown Point. You got like 30
Yep.
bars. And,
There's a lot. There is a lot. And we had some of those drunk people. Remember that one time when we were at the jail, Jeremy, and we had some of those drunk people show up and
oh yeah.
yeah, that and
Oh,
I was
a
still
fight that broke out like 2 doors down from us.
Yep. And we were fortunate enough that they were able to calmly, kick those people out. I was still putting my equipment together, so it caught me off guard. And I'm thinking, oh no, we're dealing with some drunk people. And let me guess, there's going to be some fighting or something that's going to go on. But that never happened, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Thank God it didn't. And it was an alcoholic and saying, yeah, as Jeremy, no interest in drinking.
Yeah, I just don't have any interest in it. I've lost a brother from drinking and driving. I've lost. Well, I didn't lose. My dad lost his dad to drinking and driving, and that was when my dad was 15. So I just don't see the purpose in it.
It's just not worth it.
Yeah.
Oh yes,
not
Dave.
worth it.
I remember this. Someone got hit by a car when we were in Indiana at the jail. Yeah, it was around midnight. Jeremy, remember I told you about how now it was almost actually 10 years ago? Long before I met you, we were also at Crown Point Jail back in 2013. That was when I was still, with Dave. And I've forgotten it over the years, so I'm glad Dave reminded me about this. Yeah, there was a car accident that happened like right near the jail. Probably had something to do with the drunks.
If you did tell me that, I don't remember.
No, he told me that because this was back in 2013. This was 2013 that we went. So, years before I met you. That was my first actual time being there.
Yeah, but I'm saying that if you did tell me that story, I don't remember it.
No, I didn't. I know I told you that I was there 10 years ago. I forgot about the accident that occurred. So that's why Dave. That's why I'm kind of glad Dave reminded me about this.
Okay.
The girl got hit by the car right out in front of the jail, coming from a bar. Okay.
Oh wow! At midnight.
Yeah, it was like a Saturday night, I think, that we went, and yeah, there was like we've had experience with other times we've been to the jail. There's always you're gonna have your drunks come out after the bars close.
Mm.
Right. Okay. Also, I'm hoping Sunday I'm going to be able to roll out the new Thames family. I've been working on it pretty hard these last few days. Parts of it is ready to be released, but I don't want to do it until all of it is ready.
That's right. You know what? Oh my God. Yes, I was stuck in one of the jail cells too.
Oh, really?
I almost forgot. I am so glad Dave is here right now that he actually remembers a lot of this.
How do you forget you were locked in the cell?
It
Okay.
was almost 10 years ago.
Oh,
So Nick, before we end this show, I want you to tell this story because this.
we need to hear.
Yeah.
Dave's gonna have to help me out with this because it's been so long. Because I've had a lot going on the last couple of years. I wouldn't remember. Oh wait, he still has. Dave, could you send me those pictures? Send them to me because this will definitely help me out.
Okay, actually, you know what? Let's hold off on this one. Let's hold off on this story so that we can bring Dave onto the show.
Yeah.
And we can have a little show and tell with all these pictures that we have.
Yay. Gather the album together.
Yeah, let's
my
do
God.
that.
Yes, let's do it. Let's do it.
let's get David on the show sometime and we'll show pictures of Nick in jail.
Oh my God! Actually, I think I still have to. Well, wait. No, you know what? Let's wait until Dave comes on because I did have some pictures of my own.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's get you on the schedule. Let's get you on the docket.
You know, speaking of,
I have a feeling that this would be a very interesting episode.
yeah, well, knowing Dave well enough, it will be an interesting one. I can tell you because
Yeah.
I've worked with him.
Bring all the props too on that episode.
Oh, that reminds me. I gotta ask Dave just before we get off here because this is actually an event question for him. Dave, are you guys going to be at SilCon this year? That's down in Mattoon, Illinois. You guys setting up at SilCon? I can even tell. Wait, what did he say? I can even tell you about when we had the tornado warnings here on the farm. Yeah, I do remember. I was freaking out when that happened.
Okay, I can already see it. The tagline of this episode is going to be Dave embarrassing Nick.
Okay, so you guys are going to be at. Okay, so he is going to be at SilCon. Okay, great. Because Dave, Tom, and I are planning coming down as well. Yeah, I was freaking out when we had the tornado warnings. I wasn't used to them yet as I am now. So, Dave, you're going to witness a remarkable change, unlike I was a couple years ago. Now, when tornado warnings occur, as long as they're not near my house, I get excited about them.
Okay, I really need to start having pen and paper here so I can start writing down these bullet notes. I still have your flashlight. You know what I mean? There's a story behind that one.
Oh, the flashlight! Yes, I forgot about the flashlight.
Notebook.
You know what we should do is have like Dave on and Jill. she could be like the it would be like a sitcom. She could be like the one just sitting there laughing, like with all this stuff going on. Oh my god! How we can make mixed ribs from left? How sore we can make ribs from left?
Well, here's the thing. Who's going to be really laughing? Is it going to be Nick or is it going to be me?
Oh, Brad. He's got to log on. He's having a bad vertigo attack.
All right. Well,
boy.
Be careful, Brad.
Yeah, keep us posted. You take it easy out there.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'm not going to embarrass you much. Yeah, you might not embarrass me too
much.
Oh,
yeah, you are, David. Yes, you are.
He doesn't remember that night, so you'll have to remind him.
And Tom, there's already been a roast show in the past, but I could see how another one could be made about me.
Yeah. Okay. Let's end the show. We're now at 4.5 hours.
Yes, we are. Jeremy, I do have a question though to ask after we get off though. So it's actually
after we get off. Okay.
After we get, it's in regards to the jail investigation. Okay. I'll have to tell you the last time Frank and then were up here, you'll love that. This is going to be definitely an interesting show when we have Dave on.
Yes, it is. We are very much looking forward to this, David.
He's got so much to tell. I can tell you that right now.
I'm looking forward to this. Let's get him on the schedule.
Yes, let's do it.
Yeah. Okay. So tomorrow night on the 13th Dimension, we have Jacob and Noah Bruce. They are brothers out of Huntington, Indiana. They are known as Spirit Stalkers, and they are very young. One is 21, the other one is 16, if not 17. And they've already got a YouTube channel. It looks like they got a pretty decent following, so we're going to be talking with them. And then next week on Supernatural Talk is just going to be, as of right now, open night, unless somebody changes that.
Which could with Dave.
Dave.
Yeah.
Shut up, Tom. Don't even bring that up.
Dave, do you want to do the show next week?
Just think they'll be stabbing with Frank and Christy. Yeah. Do you want to do it next week, Dave?
Yeah.
Oh, and don't forget too, guys. July 32nd is when Brad will be on. You almost forgot about that, Jerry, because the guy remembered and he reminded you. Yeah, he can come on. Yeah, he said he's good for next week.
Okay, next week we'll have you on, Dave. This should be fun.
But let's not forget about July 32nd. Yeah. It will be a must watch for both Joe
We'll call it the Mandela Show.
Well, I got to say one thing though, just before we get off though, Jill, it was definitely a pleasure having you on
Yes.
with us.
Thank you for
Thanks for
being on
having
here.
me.
We'll definitely have you back on though. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Well,
Absolutely.
when you guys do any reveals on investigations, I can help with that. So
Okay.
I don't know,
Yeah,
like
we
if
could-
you guys talk about an investigation you've done and you stream it, then I can give you insights or something.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think, Jeremy?
Well, I know I'm not going to be doing any streaming this weekend because I've got a private case this weekend. Next weekend we're doing the Crown Point Jail, but I don't know if we're going to be going live from there or not.
Mhm.
The problem is with the jail, it's not that we don't want to, it's just that certain parts of the jail also, strangely enough, we can't get internet connection. You get deeper into the certain parts of the jail, it freezes. It causes no internet connection. So
Yeah.
that's among one of the reasons why we're not fully sure we're going to be able to broadcast. Our best chances that even if we do, it would really only be kind of like in the lobby and some of the lower areas of the jail. But once you get further in, the connection grows weaker and weaker.
Mm.
What I'm really wanting to do is do a special on that Saturday night because it's the Give and Tree event. But I want to be able to do it so that we can go from the jail to the Bell Mansion, to Old Stone Jail, bounce back and forth depending on the level of activity.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Joe, I'm sure at some point too, I'll talk to Don about this. Maybe we'll also have you come on on the other show he does, the horror discussion.
The
So,
horror podcast. I'm down.
Oh, yeah. So, Nick, if you want me to come on to do the Killer Clown one, you got to do that before I have my surgery.
I got to talk to Don.
Killer.
That's not my show. That's Don's
Yeah.
show. I'm only co-hosting that. So
Yeah,
even though I come up with ideas and I help Don out, it's really his show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if you guys do that, and that's gonna have to be done before I have my surgery. Otherwise, I'm not gonna be very happy about it.
Don't worry. I'm gonna. You know what? As soon as I can't do it once I got home. Before we do, what I'm gonna do is before we get started on the 13th dimension, I'm gonna call Don up. If I'm able to get on a few minutes early, I'm gonna call Don up and see if we can schedule this. Now I know for a fact that we're not gonna be able to do the show next week because Don is going to be out of town. He's heading out to Minocqua, Wisconsin. But when he comes back, though, we could probably schedule shows. So, but yeah,
I know he's planning on doing the second season of Stranger Things, but that's based off of you getting caught up on that.
Yeah,
me too. I was so glad that you started talking about Friday the 13th franchise because I was like, oh my gosh, I have not caught up on Stranger Things. And I don't want to miss the episode. So I was like, yay, Friday the 13th. Yes.
Emily got a kick out of that, too. Even Emily was there for that.
Oh,
who would have expected the conversation to turn in that direction for Friday the 13th?
I know. And, I couldn't help but think at some point I should have even brought it. No, wait. Maybe I did bring it up briefly. It was how we started season 2 of the 13th Dimension on Friday the 13th.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we did. Yeah.
Well, not start season 2, but
on the day of Friday the 13th? Like the actual date?
Well, we actually started season 2 back in October. That was when we launched the network. But then we went into a very long hiatus because it was right after I had my accident. Tim and Crystal were having issues and health issues, and Scott was having health issues. So we just decided to go ahead and put the show on hiatus. And then when the time was coming for this show, Scott told me to take Nick on as co-host in his place. I thought, well, as long as everybody's in agreement to it, because 13th Dimension started out as me and Scott, Tim, and Crystal. And then Scott having to bow out because he's got heart issues and his wife has heart issues. He wanted me to bring Nick on, which he would have been the next logical person to bring on because he had been on the show more times than anybody else had. In fact, he was also the only person to be a guest host where the rest of us were the guest on our own show. So then when we started the show back up, it was on a Friday the 13th. Because Nick and I were going back and forth on days, and we come across a Friday the 13th, and we both agreed it has to start on that day.
And it was the only Friday the 13th we had for this year. So this was like our only chance to actually have the 13th dimension play on Friday the 13th.
Yeah. It just made sense.
Great timing.
No, it was great. We had a great start too. We had our Jason masks on, and I even had a machete with me, a fake machete, not a real one.
Yeah, and neither one of us had planned that. We both grabbed our stuff and got on, and neither one of us had planned it ahead of time and didn't even know the other person was going to do it until we both got on.
Yeah. That was still fun either way, though. We had
Yeah.
either way. That was a great time. It was a great start, that's for sure.
And we could not have started off any better because we had Ann and Renata, and that show was a lot of fun.
Oh, they're so much fun.
Yeah. So,
which speaking of which, I actually got a hold of Renata a few days ago because she's actually one of the others who hasn't turned in her story yet. I got Ann's story, but not Renata's.
Come on, Renata, chop chop.
You're in the hot seat.
He starts his other job again in a few weeks. Guess his time will be limited for sure. Yeah, he works. If you guys didn't know, Tom works 2 jobs. He works at Walmart, like on the maintenance area, and then starting a couple of weeks, he'll be starting back with his job that he has at a school that's for like mentally disabled kids. So he's kind of helping out. He's helping out kind of like what I went through, like in a transition program. So, and it was Ann's birthday a couple days back.
Awesome.
How did I miss that?
I bet that was a lot of fun knowing
I'm
Ann.
sure.
Okay, so next week we're going to have Dave Wismer on the show, and then tomorrow night we're going to have Spirit Stalkers. And then next week on 13th Dimension, we are planning on doing the show from Crown Point.
Yep.
Ooh.
And then July 32nd we'll have Brad on. You keep forgetting that, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Oh, Kara, yes. I forgot to say happy birthday. Yes.
Happy
Kara,
birthday.
happy. It's amazing how far she's grown. Because when I first met Dave, like Kara was only like 9-10 years old. She was just a little girl back then, and now she's grown up into a very smart young, I'll still say kid, honestly. So
21, yeah, you're still a kid.
yeah, you basically are. But no, seriously, I've seen her grow up. She's been great. So Kara, happy 21st birthday. Enjoy while you can, because you only get to have it once.
Yes.
Enjoy.
No, Robert, it's Crown Point, Indiana.
Mhm. Yeah. Look up Old Lake County Jail.
Yeah, I got to give you updates anyway, Tom. I mean, I got to talk to Jeremy for just a few minutes just after the show, and then I'll call you then.
The Crown Point's going to be next weekend or the following week?
Next
weekend.
weekend.
The 29th and 30th. We'll be going live on 13th Dimension on Friday night. And then depending on what I get set up, we may go live on the 30th.
You're welcome, Kara.
All right. Well, again, Jill, thank you for being on the show.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah.
We'll have you on again real soon.
Audience, thank you for playing along. And I guess
I'll be commenting in the future podcasts.
I know you're gonna be coming back at some point because you obviously have too much fun with us.
In less than 20 hours, she'll be back.
We have one 21st
In less
birthday
than
unless you
20
have a fast
For tomorrow
plane.
night's show.
Go back in time, then you could have two. That is
right,
true,
well,
Robert.
Again, thank you, everybody. And everybody have a good night. Sleep well, and we'll see you all tomorrow night.
Have a good night, everyone.
Bye.